Greetings and welcome to NTech Radio, NTech Live, the Global Independence Square. And we're coming to you live from Bridgetown in Barbados. We're testing out our systems this week for our resumption of broadcasts for the beginning of next week. But we're going to run a few programs during the course of this week just to test the system. I'm going to invite a few friends in to be able to share with us and enjoy with us as we're here on the NTech Radio Network. We have since departed from our previous platform. Uh, Things have changed somewhat in my life. I'm now the CEO of probably the world's largest Pan-African organization, the ADDI, and that has shifted my priorities somewhat from where it was originally to where it is now. I'll be traveling quite a bit in order to facilitate my work. To order to facilitate my work in ADDI, and so I've left the other network, and no ill will or anything of that sort. I want to get that clear off the cuff. However, what we are doing now is setting up a more Pan-Africanish type network that we will be broadcasting from various locations around the world at different time slots now. So it's not going to be necessarily 4 a.m. until 11 anymore, 5 a.m. till 11, but at different times, which we'll announce in advance, a week or so in advance. So I'm revamping how we are going to be going forward, how we're doing things going forward. Anyway, it's a pleasure to be here with you and to be able to enjoy another opportunity to bring you the good news from ADDI and from the Pan-African world in which we function. I thank you for your viewership. I see that yesterday I went up and I did a little test, and I think as of now I see almost 61 persons who've been up there. So you're obviously looking for me or missing me or something. I appreciate that and I thank you for that. Well, today we're gonna run for a couple of hours. We're gonna talk. There are a few things that are on my mind that I will speak to. And welcome you to NTech Radio Network, the Global Independence Square. We're still coming to you from Bridgetown and Barbados today, but that will change from time to time periodically, depending on where I'm at in the world. I'm heading out very shortly to a different destination, but all those will become apparent as we go along. So in the meantime, let me do something. Let me do this here. Let me do this here. Where is it? Yes, I'm gonna do this. This is the. I'm gonna do that. Yes, just getting a few. Just sending out a few notices here to some of my folks. So let me just do this here so they can chime in and say hello to me and make themselves. Yeah. So welcome everyone. Yes, join. Welcome everyone. Welcome to. I gotta remind myself constantly not to say the name of the previous platform. But I'll get used to it once I get into the groove of it. I'm a quick study. Nothing wrong with sometimes mentioning it. They're my friends, and I would want to wish them well with all that they're doing. But based on my schedule upcoming and my responsibilities, felt it necessary to take a different direction. We will be having guest hosts here from time to time. There are times I'm not going to be able to be on, but I want the live to continue to flow after. So we are trying to make those provisions available at this time. Welcome to NTech Radio, NTech Communications Network, and NTech Live. And we are here with the Global Independence Square. It is 10:10 a.m. on the 26th day of March 2024. And I am your host, Philip Gatlin Springer. And today I'm going to talk about a few little things that some of you may be aware of, some of you may not be aware of, but depends on who will be watching or who isn't watching. But bottom line is we have what looks to be a building and a mountain opposition, a growing opposition in this country of Barbados. Yes, we do. The people in out there, the people are marching, the people are letting their voices be heard. We have a new person who is representing that position officially in the House of Parliament. But we have grassroots people who are behind and have been the strength of this movement from the get-go. And they have been working hard, and they have been out there in the trenches when a lot of people have nothing to offer but criticism, and when people have nothing to offer but defiance and I should say difference, not defiance, difference, and want to think that they know it all and say it all, and it's their way, and if it's not their way, then it's the wrong way, it's the highway or what. You know what? Cut it out. That's the first thing I'm going to say to all of you who are detractors. Cut it out. We're not all going to see eye to eye. We are definitely not all going to see eye to eye on everything. But let us find those things that we have in common. Let us find those things that we value. And when our common values come together, when our common values outweigh our differences, let us stand up and be heard and be seen. Folks, you're growing. Those of you who are behind the movement, who have been out there building it and marching, I give you credit. I say kudos to you. You didn't back down in the face of adversity. You did not cower, and you did not run and hide under a bushel. You kept your nose to the grind. All of you. I'm not going to call names right now because you all know who you are, and I'm not going to call names. I'm not leaving nobody out. I am part of that movement. Whether I go out there and march or not, I am part of that movement. I'm part of that energy. I brought the lawsuit against the government in the last election so I'm doing my part. I'm also reaching out internationally, globally, through my office at ADDI. Before I was the CEO, I was a regular member, and from a regular member to a chapter chair to a vice president to a deputy director of chapter formations, and now to the CEO's office. I take my responsibilities serious, but that gives me reach that a lot of my local colleagues and counterparts may not be able to have at this time, but they will have it because that's my role. That's what I'm doing. I am reaching out globally to those out there in the African Union, on the continent and other parts of the diaspora, the sixth region where I function, and to be able to spread the word and to spread the message of change, the gospel according to Dr. Arikana, the gospel according to Dr. Arikana, the change movement that is in place. Now, not everybody is a member of ADDI. Not everybody's going to see eye to eye with me about Dr. Arikana, and that's fine. You don't have to. And Dr. Arikana is not necessarily single handedly responsible for anything that goes on. But as a spiritual and as a figurative leader, an inspirational leader, she speaks the gospel all across the world. She has a larger and bigger voice than most of us in our single pockets. So the sooner we all realize that a hand consists of four fingers and a thumb, and we better learn that two fingers missing is just a claw. Okay? So the sooner that we come to the realization that we are a hand and all the tentacles must work together, the sooner we will get this job done. I applaud all of you who have dedicated yourselves to making this place a better place, Barbados. But more than Barbados, let us look, we have a Caribbean region, a so-called Caribbean region that we must think about. There are indigenous people all through this region, indigenous folks that are never heard from, never seen, very rarely seen, because we become to the point where we are so self-centered and myopic in so many ways that we fail to recognize our differences, and often our differences are the same. That's what makes us one. And we're fighting for the same cause. We want sovereignty, humanity, or indigenous rights as a people. There's several organizations that I'm going to touch on today in this moment here, and I'm going to invite a couple of friends to come in based on their availability, because we're not officially running yet, but this is a test. This is a test of the station, and I want you to also write me and tell me how you think about our new digs, how it looks to you, and so on and so forth. And guess what? We will fight this battle. We will continue. We will join our forces. We always have been joined, but join our forces together with those of you out there who are already on the ground, boots on the ground. That's what I call you, boots on the ground. Okay? You are the boots on the ground. You are out there beating the pavement every weekend, having marches and demonstrations and so on and so forth. And for that, I am thankful, because you're doing it for me, you're doing it for my children and my grandchildren. But I am here to support. I am here to do my part. And my party, the Barbados Sovereign People's Union, EFF, and let me repeat, we were formerly the Barbados Sovereignty Party. We have now become, in the past 2 months or so, prior to my ascension as CEO of the ADDI, and because of works that was going on behind the scenes, and because of my acceptance and my um, ascension, I suppose. I don't know what you want to call it, but my rise to, which was in the works. It was eminent. I've been embraced by a number of leaders in the African sphere. I've been embraced by a number of persons who are mighty voices. You'll be seeing a number of them here on this program as we progress. Yes, there will be a number of us come in here. We started with Dr. Arikana last Sunday and VP Cook, and we will have a series of interviews. Dr. Arikana will be with us again for a number of interviews leading forward. And then we have some of the great ones coming right behind her as well. And we will be doing those interviews, some locally by a virtual broadcast, and some will be live where I will be in locations where they are doing different works for ADDI, and I'll be able to have those interviews for you. So we're stepping it up to another level. For those of you out there, the opposition, beating the pavement, I wish you well with that, and I support you 100 on that. I may not join you in the marches lately. I used to come before and I used to be on your platforms and all of that. But recognize that not I'm better or I'm different. It's just that the journey I had to take, the road I had to take, took me in a slightly different direction. To be able to get to this point, we needed this. We needed this. This victory is not for me. It started more than a year ago. And according to comments that I'm told 2 years ago, that I was being considered for this post, and it took them 2 years to decide. But all that time, I guess maybe somehow I knew, but I didn't really know, and I didn't. There were other people as well who were being looked at. But about 4 weeks ago, I was given the official call, and then, of course, the acceptance. And from there, I was installed. Matter of fact, exactly 4 weeks today, I became the CEO of ADDI. But the calls started days before that, like the week before, leading up to my installation on the Tuesday. I was officially accepted on the Sunday at the board, and then installed on the Tuesday. That's basically a chronological replay of how it worked. I'm now busily rebuilding under my leadership ADDI globally. I've had several meetings with several committees, and there are lots. Even before I came on, the reason why I'm a little late even doing this broadcast this morning, and I haven't prepared it normally the way I would, is because I've been on the phone with people just getting things done that had to be done. I just finished a 1.5 hour conversation with one of our family members in St. Lucia, but that was an interesting discussion that had to take place because it leads to a meeting at 3 o'clock today that I have to attend with one of the other committees, the engineer and architects committees of ADDI. Now, folks, I don't think any of you realize how big this organization really is and how focused it is in certain areas. Like, for instance, we have a planning department. We have the architects, engineers department who are working on major projects. I mean, major projects. They're probably, I think, 4 to 6 cities that they're working on right now. Cities, not buildings, not houses, not subdivisions, entire cities. There are at least 4. I think that actually there's 8 altogether, but I would say there's 4 that I know that are approved, and I think there's 2 more that is approved as well. But that's not relevant. What's relevant is that this committee is so huge, and they have about 20 professional engineers and architects that sit on that committee from all over the world, the continent, right down to here to the Caribbean. And others joining. We have members from St. Lucia on that committee, members from Antigua, I think maybe even Trinidad as well. Yeah. We don't have a Barbadian. No, actually, my Apologies. We have two Barbadians, but they're not Barbadians that grew up in Barbados. They're of Barbadian extraction. I think one may have, both of them were born here in Barbados, but have lived outside of Barbados since they were very young. And they're both on that committee as well. And we have Africans on there, Africans from the continent, because we're all African. And that committee has been tremendously well organized. It does have its share of ups and downs, like everything else in the Black world. But I enjoy meeting with them. They meet twice a week. And I have been in several meetings since I've been appointed with them. And one will be again today at 3 p.m. This one is an emergency meeting to deal with a proposal from Nigeria that had to be tabled on Sunday from Sunday's meeting. So they bring it forward for today, and then obviously the regular meeting tomorrow as well. That is one. Then we have the healthcare led by Dr. Lee Whitaker. Dr. Lee is our director of healthcare services in ADDI. He has a big team and growing, and we need more, because the healthcare department is the one area that I can see where we can have a tremendous impact all over the world, all over the diaspora in particular. The healthcare committee led by Dr. Lee Whitaker, he's out of the US Virgin Islands. He heads it from there. But we have members from everywhere, including Barbados, people of all proficiencies, from dental to medical to nurses, doctors, psychologists. Yes, because, and I say psychologists, one of the things that we have never addressed, and we've never been addressed for us, and we don't often talk about, is our mental health. But, most of us suffer with some remnants of the effects of slavery. I think most Black people and some white people too, or people of lesser color, suffer with the effects of mental illness. And it is often overlooked because it is a non-threatening disease to most people, except usually the person that is suffering. It is usually not contagious. So we don't pay a lot of attention to it. But the remnants of slavery, yes, folks, the remnants of slavery is such that it has touched all of our lives to some degree or another. This diabolical action that has been taken on a people for thousands of years has its ramifications. Yes, it does. And it is that we begin to understand, we need to understand and begin to come to terms with the facts that our lives are impacted upon. This is where reparations need to have a conversation. This is where those who are in the field of reparations, and I applaud you all for going out there and having a fight to bring the fight home. Raise your voices. This is where you need to focus some attention, folks. You need to focus on the fact that reparations for mental illness is a good place to start, because that affects all of us. And as a nation, not as an individual people, because we have different tribes. And we hear all about the 12 tribes and this and that. Well, I got news for you. There was always more than 12 tribes. There've always been more. Somebody took a narrative and decided to frame that picture that there were only 12 tribes. I can prove to you, just sitting here where I am, without even doing any detailed research on that, which I have done. that to start with, they're at least 16. To start with, just to start, if you just look at the basic history of our people, you'll realize they're at least 16, but we tend to carry his story, and his story suits himself. And because his story is going to suit himself, we are indoctrinated into it first through our religious institutions and then our schools, schools. And I said, no, I said that deliberately. Or schools. Go search the word up and see what it means. Go search it. Based on that, folks, based on that, we must then begin to understand who we are. We must begin to see ourselves for who we are, not for what somebody told us that we are, not for some um, um, historian that hasn't even lived the life, but yeah, wants to come and give me a recapping or a story about what they want me to think or perceive me to know or whatever. That has to stop. That has to stop. It has to stop at this point. And I say to you, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that we have to discover our own and write our own story. Someone gave me a new phrase yesterday that I love dearly. Let me see if I can find it. Someone gave me a new phrase. It is so beautiful. Um, Let me see here which of these pads that I'm on. Yes, here it is. She says that she is an Orastorian. Now, as an educated woman who is on the world stage right now, doing wonderful stories about our history. Haitian woman, young Haitian woman, brilliant woman that I have only just started to become aware of and get to know. She says, I am an Orastorian. She's not a historian. She's telling the stories of Haiti, the story of Haiti, and in particular Haiti, and she started at that level. But she's an our historian, so she's telling our story, and that's what we need to become more of our historians. There are a few topics I will touch on today as we just do a bit of a run here for a couple of hours um, on the new platform, NTech Radio Network, which includes the radio program as well as the live, which is where you're seeing me now. The sun is kind of coming through the pane there and it's kind of whitening out my background from time to time. But I'm going to fix that. I can only see that now that I'm actually on here, but I'm recognizing that I'm that it is some. So I'm gonna deal with that shortly. And when I take a little break here in a minute or two, we don't have our ads and stuff up yet and ready to go, so I can't run ads for you. But what I will do is play some soft music for a minute or two while I get myself um, a little better. See how the thing is faded out behind has become, the light is causing that effect, but that's okay. That's something I'm gonna adjust or try to adjust during this little break that I'm gonna take right now. So hold on, folks, and let me deal with that right now. But look, in the meantime, look at my beautiful new background web page, and we're going to give you some information going forward how you can go on our website and see our presenters and the people involved with this network, this program from top to bottom. Okay, now still having some light issues, but you know what? That is going to have to suffice for the moment. I thought I could block it from directly ahead of me, but realizing that I may need another. Hold on. I think I just bear with me for a second, folks. I'm coming back to you. Okay, welcome back to Antec Radio, the Global Independence Square. Unfortunately, I can't get that like quite uh, under control yet, but I'm gonna work on that overnight and let us see if we can bring that. You know, to darken probably my background as opposed to worrying about the curtains, which is what I was doing. Um, but I think we have a good start here, folks. And as I was saying before we went off, that that there are a number of good initiatives that have been started, that we need to touch on. Let me just yes, just responding to one of the people I've invited here with us today. Just wrote me back there and just sending them out some codes so they can come in the studio. But we're gonna get a few people in. But in any event, it is not a planned program, so I'm gonna just talk. It's my program, it's my station, and I'm gonna talk with you guys and Bill. By next week, though, we will have a proper flowing conversation. No, actually, not by next week. We actually we'll have programs, I believe, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday that are already being planned out by our people behind the scenes. Let me get a hold of Fanai here, see where Fanai is. Oh, she's not picking up, so that must mean she is out of reach. But let me see what happens here. We'd love to bring her on anytime now. Fanai is going to be is a very instrumental part of what we're doing and where we're going forward with all of this. Hello, my dear. it is wonderful when your friends are chipping in to give you uh, greetings, and give you a hand up. So I'm thankful for that. Very thankful for that. I've seen here a number of responses already, and let's see what happens. Going forward in the next short while, I think we will have. Yeah, somebody saying they'll join in 30 minutes. Where's my brother? Where's my brother? Brother, let me go off. So, welcome back to NTech Radio Network, NTech Television. We are the Global Independent Square, coming to you live from Bridgetown in Barbados. And we're doing our second test run. We did one yesterday, and quite to my delight, there were 61 of you that logged on. Without even an announcement, 61 of you were here with us yesterday, according to our records. And it wasn't a planned show, and it wasn't a show, it was just a talk with some friends. Today we are booted up again to give it our second test run, and we're out of the usual time frame that we normally would be in, but we're here, and I see some people are logged on already, and we are building ourselves through. And quite honestly and truthfully, I'm very pleased with the way things went yesterday and the way it looks like we'll go. We'll have some guests coming in here shortly to just to say hi and to talk with us. But I think Wednesday, tomorrow, will be our first official broadcast. And Thursday, I believe we're doing something for the Palestinians on Thursday. Tomorrow, we'll talk a bit about Haiti and so on and so forth. And then Friday, GGRU will be back this Friday. We have coming in with us shortly on the program will be our sister Ara Flower, as I call her. It's not her real name, but Ara is her name, but Flower is something I made up with her. Well, did I make that up? No, I didn't make it up, but that's what I call her. And she'll be joining us shortly, momentarily here in the studio to talk a little bit about what she has coming up for Radical Exchange reading for us. And she will also be hosting that show almost, well, independent of me going forward, because now she actually has her own switch and she can provide her content and do her show, which we are very excited about because I've seen the growth of that as well. And quite honestly and truthfully, it is not lost on me in any way, shape, or form that this program has been growing and will continue to grow to the point where it will develop a life of its own. And for that, I am thankful. I am grateful for all the help that we had from our previous host. And because of my circumstances relative to my appointment now as the CEO of ADDI and going forward, I had to make some changes because the format cannot run the way it was before. That was fine the way it was, but now it's time to grow up. Even a baby has to grow sometime. Even a bird has to develop feathers and on its wings and fly. And so I feel like we are taking this week our maiden voyages or first steps out there as a baby. And yesterday went well enough that, like I said, 61 of you, as far as I can see, gracefully joined in and gave us your presence. For that, I'm thankful. I'm grateful, very grateful for, and I'm thankful for that. For that, I will be mindful of your presence. And I look forward to where we're going to take this, starting largely from next week when we start dropping the programs in from Monday down. And as I've said, I will be on the road quite a bit going forward. The next 6 or 8 months is going to be very hectic. I have a number of different parts of the world that I will be in doing my duties as CEO of ADDI Global. I have several engagements now that have been booked and are being booked all over. So the show will follow me, but I may not always be the prime host of a particular broadcast. We have people like Dr. Several who will step in, and Ara, of course, Tanai, Felipe, who are prepared to step in. Even Roy, to some degree, Roy is off. Hey, I'll do some, no problem. But he'll be traveling with me extensively across the breadth and width of the continent, as well as the diaspora. And Roy happens to be one of my best friends in the world. He's like a brother to me, and he travels with me, and I appreciate that. That's company that is the same. You can continue, have continuity with that, and so I'm thankful for his presence in my life and his willingness to serve in that capacity. He's vice president of the Barbados Sovereign People's Union, which used to be the Barbados Sovereignty Party. It is the Barbados Sovereign People's Union, EFF now. And that's a long story. We will come to that in a future broadcast where we will have officials from our amalgamation or relationship with other entities, both local and international, to discuss all of those happenings and where we're going. We'll take our time. We're not in any race or competition with anyone. This is not a sprint, but we hope to be in this for the long haul, the marathon. We want to be able to work with the opposition peoples, the people's opposition, to help to raise the awareness collectively of our plight. But my fight is, while it's the same, is different. They're fighting on a local level, and I will bring some local content, but really my role here is to try to tie the ends up in several different locations across the Caribbean, North America, Europe, and onto the continent, South and Latin America. Don't forget them as well. I'm now all reaching all the way into Australia and New Zealand. Our people down there have been very, very, matter of fact, Australia was the first to reach out to me on my appointment. And I've had several meetings with them now and discussions, or Indigenous and Black people down there I'm in touch with. And also on the continent, amazingly, we have brothers and sisters that we don't even know nothing about, that we don't even factor in. We have organizations that are already existing out there that are doing things, and because we don't get the information, we are splintered and we don't know these things. And I'm saying to you, folks, that that's part of why I'm here. I don't need to crowd the local stage and compete for oxygen in that arena. No, I want to add to the local stage a voice that is international, an extension of their voice, and not to drown them out or to be ahead of them or to be louder than them or to be in front of them, but to simply be a servant in this movement. A servant. This is where the politicians have lost their way, because they are the servants of the people, but they act as though they are given a God-given right to rule over people and to dominate over people and to make people what they want, rather than what the people who have elected them and given them a voice is able to do. It is most unfortunate that we have to rewrite this whole story, folks. We have to become our historians, not historians, our historians. I touched on that a little bit in the last before the last break when I spoke about the young lady from Haiti, who I'm going to try to get on here very soon. And she calls herself an Orastorian. That's something Ara would say, or Fanai. I love those women because they think outside the box, and they do outside the box. And they're helping to build this station. We have Rastafari TV now. We have Meetup One platform, Carib Social platform, Chat 5 network, NTech Communications. Um, I mean, we're just growing. We have now an association, ATV Africa Television. What's the other one? ADF Media. There's so many of them coming out of the woodworks, and these are established circumstances all across the globe. You know, people like the I. Let me make sure I get their call-ins right because I'm new to them. The ICOA network, which is huge and massively so across the continent, and I never knew of them until Sunday morning when I woke up and saw them on my phone. They saw me on a Zoom and reached out to me. We have people like, and since then I've been in communication with them quite a bit. There's another one too that I'm very very proud of. That I have to find them here. Um, ah, WMG ACAS, WMG/AC. That's another organization out of the continent, but it stretches into Europe, and they're planning major events, um, all over. And matter of fact, they have reached out to me now over the past week or so and looking to bring one of their events here to the Caribbean and have now put me on their board as one of their board members about a week ago. And that is good for the network down here in this region because we need to have that connectivity. And when our people are out there on the ground beating their drums and their cymbals and their pot covers and everything that they do to make some noise, and we must salute them. We have to also have brothers and sisters who can connect the tentacles over and away and bring that energy and bring that fusion home to bring it here with us. Yes. And that's where I see myself. That's where I see NTech Radio. That's where I see the global independent square. It is the global independent square. It is not the Barbados Independence Square or the Jamaica Independence Square or the Dominica Independence Square. It is the global Independence Square here on NTech Radio Broadcast Network. Yeah, I'm getting used to the call name. It is a little different. NTech, Enterprise and Technology. That's what we stand for. We're the Enterprise and Technology Company, and we're doing a good job of that. We started. We want to live up to that name. We want to live up to that reputation. NTech Radio, NTech Communications Limited. Yeah, like I said, with all the subsidiaries that are, all the companies that are now forming under there, Rastafari TV. Rastafari TV has got over 3 million viewers globally, and we're very proud of that. Our sister Fanai runs that part of it, and she's doing a phenomenal job. I was just on the phone with her 20 minutes ago, and she's on with her tech team, and she's just pumping out, you know, information. Got Brother Richie over there, our main technician, and Brother Richie has built all of this, everything you see, all the platforms, all the various communication devices he has built. And he got more coming. We got more coming at you. We got more. We have more coming. Yes, we do. We have a tremendous amount of resource coming at you. And these are not big, fancy things. These are things that are within reach that you can help build. And we encourage any of you out there in listening world and NTech world listening to join in with us and join with Brother Richie and Fanai and Ara and all the rest of the team, Felipe, and I mean, there's a lot of them. There's probably half dozen or so persons working on the technical side of this thing. And I'm not a technical, I don't know the first thing about it. All I know is that when they tell me I can go live, I just go on and talk whatever, comes to my head. Well, that's not totally true, but something like that. And you know what? I'm good at this stuff. I didn't know I was good at it until I became aware that I was good at it through the experiences that I had leading up to NTech Radio, NTech Television, NTech Communications. But it takes an entire organization to run this thing. And this is what I think that I didn't understand before. But it does take, it does take a whole bunch of different people, and they're all in different countries. This is the amazing thing. There's no two that are in the same country. I'm in Barbados. We have Richie in Martinique. We have Ara in Germany. Fanai is sometimes in Jamaica, but mostly in Miami area where she actually resides. But she goes back and forth to Jamaica these days for business and other reasons. We're connecting up the Rastafari TV network and so on and so forth. And she's doing a phenomenal job of that. She's in Jamaica right now, actually. I just got off the phone with her. And, those are just some of the people. I know I'm forgetting some names in there. Felipe is in Trinidad. Dalton is in Germany as well. Oh, so they are two in the same country. And so we are very proud to have our brothers and sisters uh, from the diaspora working together. We want to bring you more content that will be on this program, the Global Independence Square. We're going to be bringing you global content, but on some of the other programs will be more localized. And then we have cultural programs that will bring you on the channel, which is Rastafari TV, which is doing phenomenally well. That thing hit like a ton of bricks and just gone through the roof. Global Independence Square took off and was doing quite well as well, and I'm proud of it. And it is because of my dedication to that, getting up at 3 o'clock every morning and going on the air by 5 o'clock, and and paying the price that to develop traction and went global, literally at ranging some days between 3 and 5 million people. That's phenomenal. And now we are going to come at you again from a different, more stable position. We have control of our content and we have control of our people. Our people are all the owners of this station. We're not a one man station or a one person station. I wanted it that way. I wanted my partners to all be involved in and to have a say. Yes, there has to be control and there has to be management and there has to be order. But this is something that we can all contribute and be part of. Even you, the listening audience out there, can be part of, because we are building a people's network. A people's network that is going to speak truth to lies. And when we have to, bring personal power with it. But we're not speaking truth to power, because you know what? In between, there's too many lies, there's too many deceit, there's been too much deception, miseducation, too much his story that does not serve well for my people. And because it does not serve well for my people, we aim to change the narrative. And with that being said, I will introduce one of our hosts on NTech Radio Network, the one and only, the one and only, the lovely Miss Our Flower, our Flower, reading for a radical exchange, reading for us. I just jumped you, didn't I? I just threw you right in there. But that's okay. You're looking stunningly beautiful up there in Germany,
Thank
where you
you.
are hailing from. I hope it's not
Thank
too
you.
cold, but I have sunshine down here. If you want some, you gotta come for it. That's all I can tell you. But in the meantime, welcome to our program. Ara, welcome to our station. And I say our station because it's your station, it is my station, it's not Savoy, it's Roy's station. We have a big family. Fanai,
Mm.
Doctor. I was just on with Fanai actually. I was just having a conversation with her on my cell phone. She's there doing some work in Jamaica right now with her tech team on Rastafari TV, which we all know is
Mm.
doing very well. But tell us now, tell us, Ara, tell us what exciting things you have ahead for your program, which you'll be running independently starting, well, literally now, this minute, now, 11 o'clock. Your
Starting now.
program comes at
Starting now.
11 until 1,
Mm.
Tuesdays and Thursdays. So today's technically right now is actually, and I started later deliberately for that because I didn't actually have a program planned for today, but I wanted to be on the air and I knew you would be on at 11. So I said, I started at 10. I had a bunch of things to do and I was doing them and I was on the calls and everything. And at 10 o'clock, I had to tell the party I was talking to, listen, I got, no, not at 10, at 9:30. I said, I got to get off this. I got to boot it up. Boot it up. And here we are. And welcome. It's good to see you.
Thank you. It's good to see you too. Finally, again, we're here. And
Yes, ma'am.
it feels and it looks like old times, like earlier times. Yeah.
Yes.
And I am excited. I am by all means thrilled that we're back on and we can again, as you were saying, if I can steal your words, speak truth to power, dispel
Well,
the
I
lies.
want to say speak truth to lies. I want to debunk the lies and bring power. That's what I want to
Exactly.
do. Yeah, man.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Speaking truth to the lies, to the deception, because I think we all have said it in so many different ways now and before, how we are so deeply entrenched in half truths and fallacies and falsities and lies on so many different levels. And in order for us to speak the truth that we need to see spoken about ourselves, about our lives, about our story, we need to do so on platforms that we command, on platforms that we create, on platforms that we maintain, on platforms that we develop. And that is why I'm excited about MTech. That is why I'm excited about Meetup One. That is why I'm excited about Carib Social. That is why I'm excited about all the new Rastafari TV. That is why I'm excited about all the new platforms we are developing that we haven't put out yet, and the ones, of course, that we've got. I need to straighten myself up. I feel like I'm getting crooked each time I say a word. um, that we're developing and bringing together to bring to our people, using our strengths, using our energies, using our own creativity to bring our content, like Lord Philip said, telling our story, our way, in our time, our steam, on our terms, yes, sounding the voices of those who have gone before us, those we didn't know about. And I question and say, how in heaven's name did we not know about them? Because it is said, whoever holds or wields the pen has the power. Whoever controls the media controls the narrative, tells the story, and of course, usually tells the story skewed to their side, skewed to their own leaning. Yes. I think it was our esteemed and super genius Sheikh Anta Diop, who said something, and I will paraphrase her, something to the effect that when the story is told, and forgive me if I really mess up this line from Sheikh Anta Diop. Forgive me, Sheikh Anta Diop. Yes, until the lion tells the story, of course, it is told by the hunter, and the hunter embellishes the story, and the lion's side is never told. And that is our story. That is our situation. In that our own story has always been told by others. Yes, by others whose interest didn't match up with our own. Yes, their interest wasn't our interest. Yes. And so we know of all the pseudo this and the pseudo that and the isms and the schisms according to songs, sung and made popular by reggae out of Jamaica. That's why I'm excited about Rastafari TV and connecting with, social media and television, print media, to finally, in our own words, our own faces, our own voices, bringing out our own stories. So I'm hugely grateful. I'm hugely thrilled. And I'd like to say I'm ready. I'm ready to join in with all the teams from all over the globe, from all over the planet, from wherever we sit, stand, hail from, especially especially the motherland, the mothership. Yeah, that space we call Africa, Akebulan, Ethiopia. Absolutely. Especially Africa. And of course, our Caribbean space. Above my head is that, I don't know if persons have noticed at all, it is a picture of that land mass of 238 square miles called St. Lucia, where I came to this side of the universe on. I prefer the term Ayanola, of course, Yuwanora, land of the iguanas, name given by the original inhabitants, the original um, men, women, children who traversed that small space of 238 square miles, who fished the waters, yeah, who planted the crops, and who ate from the ground, who ate from what Mother Earth, or Father Earth rather, had to give. And of course, we know a bit of the story, what happened in the 1400s, and what ensued up until now. Our people on these spaces are still in, I would say, a state of utter confusion insofar as their identity, who we are. Did we start here on this 238 square mile space? Yes, we did. We came to the universe in that space. That's how I like to call being born. Yeah, I came to the universe, to this side of the universe, in that 238 square mile space. But did I start there? Did I consciously, did I um, spiritually start on that 238 square mile space? Or did my becoming or did my being evolve or come to being or began even long before my coming to this side of the universe? I think what I'm getting at is people speak about life after death, but there is hardly ever, not in my circles anyway, or not so far as I have heard anyway, there's very little talk about life before birth. Yeah. So did I start on the 238 square mile space in this first life, or was I somewhere else before? In the limited physical sense. Yes, I know by all means, in the unseen sense, in the invisible sense, in the spiritual sense, that's probably who knows where. Yes, from the stars, like my dear sister Esther likes to say, she's from the stars. And I kind of can identify with that. But in my physical state, I want to bring myself square back to that land mass that is called Africa today. And I am thrilled that we can connect, through social media, over the waves, over the seas. Yes, NTech Radio, big up, as we will say. Yes, we are back live on air. We are back, reaching out across the seas, and we're reaching out to all of you who are hearing us. Yes, and who are watching, and if you'd like to be part of NTech Radio, to come on, even to just have a conversation, just have a free flowing conversation. That's one of the things I really enjoyed about reading for us before our break, is it was just free from the heart conversation, easygoing. It's not scripted, it's not rehearsed, it's just free, easy speaking. And that's what I'm excited about, a radical exchange here on NTech Radio. When we start again to delve into the different um, titles we are going to delve into, sounding our stories, yes, from as far back, close to the beginning as we possibly can go. And from there, to see how far into the future we can go. Speaking of Afrofuturism, yes,
I
I'm
like
calling
that
my,
term. I like that term.
don't you,
I
Ja?
wanted to. I
Me
wanted to.
too.
I want to run another one by you that I
Go
heard
on.
only yesterday, and I thought of you immediately when it was said to me. There's a Haitian young lady out of New York. She's an attorney at law, but she's a very bright young lady, about maybe your age or so, and probably in her 40s or there. No, I'm not.
Mm,
I'm not trying to tell people how old you
that's
are, but
fine. That's fine.
in her
It's okay.
early 40s, I would say. She. I'm trying to get her on the show here as a guest in the
Yes.
next few days, the next week or so. But she came up with a term. Her title for herself is our historian. She's an our historian. She's not
Ah,
a
I like that.
historian.
Yeah,
She's
yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
she's an our. I
Our
thought, wow, that's
historian.
our
That's
right there.
super.
That's our. Our would say,
Yeah.
if I would say something like that. I thought, wow, this lady's gonna fit right in, just wonderfully with us. But she's out of New York, but by way of Haiti, and she is fighting
Mm.
the fight up there hard, tooth and nail, day and night. And she said, My classification of title is our historian. I'm an our historian, and I thought, okay, cool. There you
Yes.
go. So we're learning. You
100.
see that? We have Afro was that one again?
Afrofuturist.
Afrofuturist. And now we have our historian. Wow, the
Story.
vocabulary is changing even as we
Exactly.
speak. You know, God is the God, and I know everybody doesn't believe in God, right? So this is not a religious program. This is a lifestyle
Mm,
program. I believe in Most High, the power of the Most High, whatever that is, however you want to classify that, the office of the power of the Most High. And one of the things that I recognize is that when you have sufficient faith, or you've exhibited sufficient faith, in so doing, the power, that power which is, gives you the answers to the questions you desire. I
mm,
woke up in the early hours of today. I'm trying to not use the word morning anymore. I have been trying not to do that for some time. I'm trying really hard not to do so. I'm so conditioned. But I saw what I had already seen a couple of times before, where Vladimir Putin has now come out and said before his entire Congress, amazingly so, that he has unvolted on open a vault that in Russia, which we already knew. We knew the history of Russia. We knew the czars. We knew the Khazars. We knew all of that story. I don't need to repeat it. The Black Madonna, also in Italy, also in London. They have them. They are aware of this, but they've kept it secret from us for hundreds of years to develop their story. And we don't want to turn this into a racial show, but it is time to tell the truth. That's why I say truth to lies and personal power. I'm no longer going to link truth to power, because you can't have power unless you clear up the lies. You'll always be stifled by the lies. The lies are easily spread, and they're caught on, and they're manipulated by those who want to use them for their advantage, and it has been used over a people for far too long. So we must call truth to lies. We must call out truth to lies, and we must become our historians to the highest degree. An
mm,
Afrofuturist, because we had Pan Africanism for all these years, yes. And don't get me started on that. But we've had Pan
yeah.
Africanism for all these years. And what they do, they kill off all of our leaders under Pan
Hmm,
Africanism, because they know that once they kill the leader, it dies there, it stops there. But a
mm,
futurist you cannot kill. You cannot kill a futurist. It's an idea, and an idea cannot be killed.
mm,
You can kill a Pan Africanist, and they know what they were doing when they gave us that title, because once they kill one, it's like the making of a slave. Willie Lynch manifestos. They knew
mm,
that once they kill one strong, strapping man in the village once a year, they could keep the rest under control. And so they gave us Pan Africanism. And Pan Africanism, they knew they could destroy us one by one as Pan African leaders, because once that's done, that selfish little nepotistic behavior that is a white man's construct, and they bring the next one. And when he gets to his ripened usefulness, he's destroyed in the next. But you cannot destroy
hmm,
an Afrofuturist. And I'll tell you why. Look around and see the landscape of Africa and see how it's changing. We don't have to go to Africa to see the landscape change. Look right here. I can start right here in my own backyard of Barbados. But what strikes me funny is the British Isles. I don't know if anyone is aware, but you're looking, there are no longer any white heads of government in the British Isles at this time.
hmm,
Every one of them that make up the country they call Britain are now people of color, black, and one Indian man. Prove me wrong. I was most surprised last week when I saw the newest elected prime minister in the British Isles and being a black man. And then I realized they have complete, and this was done so quietly without
Mm.
without a ripple, without even a sound, a moan, a gunshot, nothing. And we have now taken every top office in Britain. Everyone is filled by a black person. Now, I haven't done sufficient research to see where they're all from or what their lineage is.
Looks like we've lost your connection there, Lord Philip. On my side, anyway, I cannot hear anymore what you're saying, and your picture is frozen. So I'm not sure what's happened there. Maybe your words were a bit too heavy hitting for the platform, and hopefully you'll be back shortly. Huh. We'll see. We'll see. We're here, and we're looking and waiting for your return. And of course, not yet, not quite. So it's back to me speaking of my excitement and my being thrilled of what's to come here on NTech Radio, NTech Live. Yes, engaging with our spread of brothers, sisters, our family all over this planet, connecting, connecting in conversation that will lead to decisive action in just again revisiting our stories as our historians. I love that word. I haven't met the sister who coined this term to refer to herself as an our historian. And by all means, I follow 100% what an our historian is, telling our stories our way, using our own developments, the platforms, be that social media, be that print media, be that television, be that podcasts, webinars, teaching, situations, however we decide to reach each other and connect with each other and communicate our way. Yes, eventually using our language. Creole is my mother tongue. Yes, coming from that 238 square mile space of St. Lucia, so called. I prefer the term Ayanola. My mother tongue, the language my mother speaks, the language my mother spoke with my father, is Creole, a language that comes with a mix of languages that was developed by the people. By the people. Why? Because, of course, they didn't straight away take to or understand the English language, nor did they take to quite easily or understand or understood the French language. And so, what did they do? They created a language so they could communicate amongst themselves. And of course, we know it's a patois, it's a mix of the English language, it's a mix of the French, it's a mix of the African languages that they came across with. And it's such a vibrant language in itself, a way of speaking. So I go back to the point of us telling our own stories in our own language. Yes. And us understanding the language of each other. Yes. In our different areas, in our different geographical areas, especially on the African continent. It's quite something to learn in one African space. So many different peoples, yes, but and so many different languages, And what I've learned from my esteemed teacher, John Henry Clark, and lately, yeah, if that's an English word, from Sheikh Anta Diop, is that one cultural, that one cultural thread that runs through the entire continent that is called Africa. So as much as there is difference, yes, as much as there's diversity in people and in custom and in culture, in language, there is that commonality that is right across the African space. And I think that was exported. It was exported to the rest of the world. It migrated with the people to the rest of the world, as it did to the Caribbean space, or the space that is called the Caribbean. And I'm learning more and more about that space, one time being called Atlantis. Oh my goodness, there is so much to learn. And I am like a child once again, a little child. I'm making myself become again to be at the feet of elders. Yes, and I'm calling on especially our elders, our grown men and women who are virtual libraries, because they know the history. They know, alarm, alarm, they know our story. They know our story from experience, from having lived, from having been on this side of the universe for decades, for 10 decades. Yes, imagine that. Our elder women, our elder men, yes, unsere mujeres, yeah, who have lived 100 years and they are still quite sound of consciousness, yeah, of conscience, and they can still remember how it was 60 years ago, 50 years ago, yes, and they can tell our story, tell their personal story, which is also a connection to our story. So I am calling on our elders. Let's not be afraid to speak about what went on for us. And we pass down those stories, not only orally, like it used to be done before, but in print, of course. Oh, there's so much to learn. And like I said, I'm becoming a child again in learning everything different and everything new and embracing our story, our way, and telling it and sharing it with the rest of the world. And it's quite something Lord Phillips speaks about, secrets long held in vaults, underground, overground, in catacombs, wherever they've been held all those decades, all those centuries, hiding, hiding truths, hiding facts of our story, of our priceless contribution to world development in all areas of life, as our esteemed sister, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, speaks of those 9 areas of life. And I always try to remember them at top of my head, but I generally don't remember all 9. Yes, but I will risk embarrassing myself to remember all 9 and speak of, yes, from entertainment to education to economics to labor to law, yes, to sex to war, yes, to there is all those areas of life that is necessary to society, yes, and to building society. And of course, within our own Caribbean sovereign peoples concerns that connect with the ADDI, Caribbean sovereign people concerns speak of those 10 areas that we want to again reorganize, from governance to family, the importance of family. Yes, and really what family is about, where coming to this side of the universe, we each come into that nucleus of society, that beginning, if you can call it the cell house of society, and what is called nation. And then we can expand that, of course, to the wider planet. Yes. So from family to planetary. Yes, what we can do as a people that we have done before in contributing from science to astronomy to mathematics to technology to you name it, in every area of life that is necessary for family building, people building, to, of course, protect the planet, to protect the whole planet that is called Earth, the waterways, the land masses, the high rises of the mountains, hills, the low lying valleys and plains, and oh, it's just so fantastic. It is absolutely all encompassing. And of course, if you have joined us before, we went on our pause, you will know by now that I host a radical exchange. Yes, and a radical exchange reading for us will resume here on NTech in the coming weeks for us to again delve into the titles, yes, written by our literary greats, to investigate and to read and reason. And again, I extend invitation to any one of you listening to us from anywhere to join me for brief reflections on what we've read. Yes. Lastly, we were reading Spirituality Before Religions by Professor Kaba Hiawatha Kamene. Mm. I needed to take a few deep breaths, and we will resume reading Spirituality for Before Religions. Spirituality is unseen science. Science is seen spirituality. We will resume reading that encyclopedia of a book in the coming weeks, in the coming days, weeks, month to completion. And I invite you again to tell a friend, tell your family members, tell everyone to join us here on NTech Radio Live. Same time as we did before, yes, from 4 p.m. Central European Time. It will be by then Central European Summertime, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, or what's it called, AST, Atlantic Standard Time, or Eastern Standard Time, from 11 a.m. until 1 p.m. So 2 hours of reading, reasoning, brief reflections of spirituality before religions. Spirituality is unseen science. Science is seen spirituality, by Professor Kaba Hiawatha Kamene. And we'll finish this book to the end and quite possibly go on to yet another title. Go on to yet another title. Quite possibly, again, by Professor Kaba Kamene. But what I'm even more looking forward to read on Reading for Us, a Radical Exchange, either here on NTech or on Meetup One, our Indigenous platform, that master book. I haven't seen it yet in the hard copy, But that book, Africa 101, by Her Excellency, Her Most Excellency, Dr. Arikana Chiambori Kwao, I am looking so ahead with excitement to read that book and to read it not only to myself, but to read it within Reading for Us to a group of listeners who share my enthusiasm, who share my excitement, who share my thrill, who share my deep and ever deepening affinity for the mothership, now called Africa. I'm an Afrofuturist, and I'm Ara, and I am super thrilled to have you join us here whenever you decide. Yes, here on NTech, for us to engage with each other and have that open, free flowing conversation. Of course, sometimes we will rehearse, but most times it will be free flowing from the heart conversation that will lead, of course, to decisive action with our content creating, with our media portrayal of ourselves, by ourselves, to ourselves, with ourselves, and then spreading that to the rest of the world, to the rest of the world. WWW, the World Wide World, Earth, so called. Yes, beautiful people. And I have no idea what happened with Lord Philip. It doesn't seem like he will join us back. So we've got 11 minutes to the hour since I joined you here on NTech for the first time, just for a brief introduction, or a reintroduction rather, taking off from where we left off again. Yes, but this time here on NTech Radio Live, still the Global Independence Square with Lord Philip. And of course, we are inviting our young brothers, our young sisters. Earlier, I spoke of our elders, that we want to tap into that rich, yes, font, or that rich vault of our story that you possess in your own consciousness, from your memory, from your lived experience. All our elders, from whichever part you are, on the continent, off the continent, in the Caribbean, in Latin America, in Central, South, North America, yes, in Europe, wherever you are, our elders, we are calling on you to come and tell us your lived experience. Yes, and of course, our young people, by all means, our youth, our young brothers, our young sisters, to come on here so we can have that exchange of telling our stories. Yeah, our historians. I like that. I like that word. I'm looking forward to meeting the sister who spoke of being an our historian. And of course, as we said, we're changing even the language. And I call myself today an Afrofuturist. Yes. And we speaking of, and we're advocating Afrofuturism, yes, through all the different institutions and instruments and connections that we can make in organizing ourselves. And of course, we've had calls going all the way back the early 1900s with our father, Marcus Messiah Garvey. He started it all those years ago without the luxury and without the convenience of social media, not even a telephone. But he did it. He did it, didn't he? And we know the story. He was hindered, he was prevented, he was framed, he was, you name it was done to him. But still, he knew, and he told us he'd be in the wind. Marcus Messiah Garvey is in the wind, and he is blowing in this wind. And we are calling all of our young, our not so young, our elders to join us, and the children especially as well, to join us, to bring and weave our stories together and tell our story our way to the rest of the WWW, the world wide world. And with that, we're 7 minutes into the hour of my joining here on NTech. And again, I'm welcoming everyone for this first appearance of mine. Thank you, whoever has joined in to listen from wherever. I have no idea yet, but thank you for tuning in already, taking your time to listening so far. Um, I'm welcoming you on again whenever you can. I know there is choice. There is whew, so much to tune into these days. Everybody's making a video, everybody's webcasting, everybody's podcasting, everybody's telling, their perspective and their view in so many different ways on so many different handles. Yeah, so here we are on NTech, engaging yourselves with ourselves to join our stories in the way we tell it, and we can tell it best. No one can tell our story better than we can. Had to pause for another breath. So beautiful people, lovely listeners. Yes, beautiful viewers, wherever you are, wherever you're going to be joining us from here on NTech Radio, you are warmly welcomed. And I am thrilled, I am excited, I am looking ahead to all we will think, say, and do together from the teeniest of the child, yes, to the eldest of our elders, all our brothers, all our sisters from all over the WWW, World Wide World. Thank you all for tuning in. And at this point, I am still hoping Lord Philip will join us back, but he hasn't. And give me a quick minute. I'll be right back with you. What happened?
Listen.
Deep breath. Thank you if you stayed with me in that brief pause. And I was just about to say again, welcome to everyone who's joined Enter going live for the first few times. And of course, we are just testing the waters. We're just feeling the field to see how we're going to, of course, continue flowing, how we're going to continue flowing from today onwards here on NTech Live. Of course, you know by now we will be bringing our stories, yeah, from our historians, yes, from our people, our way, our voices, our faces, our, oh, you are yours and mine. I like to, when I write yours, I write yours with a small y and a capital zero, capital OURS. So it takes yours and ours together. Yes. And it speaks of our oneness. It speaks of our connectedness. Yes. And this is what we're going to engender, and this is what we're going to promote here on NTech Radio, our oneness and our connectedness in bringing our stories, as has happened, as is happening with our people, our brothers, our sisters, our elders, our young uns. Yes, all of us together doing, saying, singing, sounding our stories our way here on NTech. And I am thrilled, and I know you are too. You are just waiting patiently for what we have in store. And by all means, if you'd like to be part of creating and maintaining and bringing to the rest of the world our story, our way, our indigenous intelligence to the rest of the world and to our people, by all means, join us here daily on NTech. And you can be one of us on this side of the platform. And if you're one of us on the other side of the platform, receiving and listening and sharing, we appreciate love you. Yes, whichever way you decide to engage with us. Of course, we would love you to be on this side of the platform, speaking with us. Yes, again, to everyone else, the WWW, World Wide World. Yes, coming from all parts of the Caribbean space, so called all the islands from 238 square mile space called St. Lucia 758. I prefer the term Ianola. And all the other islands, eastern, western, north, southern, central, all the other islands beautifully surrounded by the sea and the ocean. Yes, all our beautiful people there, our elders and our not so younguns and our little bitty younguns, children, youngsters, elders alike. We are welcoming you to NTech Live Radio, and of course connecting with our wider platforms, Carib Social, Meetup One, Rastafari TV. Our matriarch architect, Fanai, has worked tirelessly to bring together Rastafari TV, and she's continuing to bring together the talents of our young people to get going. Everything we need to bring our stories out our way. So we're looking for our content creators, we're looking for our genius out wherever you are to join us and participate in creating and bringing our stories our way to us and everyone. Beautiful people, once again, thank you very much for joining us on here. I'm looking ahead and I'm excited. We are going to keep on keeping on no matter what. This is only before the beginning begins. Yes, beautiful people. It's going to be grand. It's going to be great. And we're going to do this, bringing our stories our way. And we're a few seconds into the second hour. And like I said before, one of the things I enjoy about NTech, one of the things I enjoy about Global Independence Square, the conversation is not scripted, it's not rehearsed. Yes, we flow straight from our consciousness. And that is how I know, and that is why I know we're going to connect with you directly through your consciousness, bringing our own creative content from our own collective cultural consciousness to you from us daily here on NTech Radio, live and direct streaming to Rastafari TV, Carib Social, Meetup One. Beautiful brothers, beautiful sisters, see you again soon as we continue here on NTech Radio Live, Global Independence Square with Philip Kathleen Springer, myself, Ara, and all the other presenters who will be joining us here presenting our stories. Thank you again. Peace, love, unity, sunflowers. And deep breathing.
I just clicked on someone there and they were removed instantly.
So
Interesting.
you're back on. I can see you.
You can see me. Yeah. I think I would just shut it down for now. This is terribly. No, I mean I don't need to run from it, but the point is the terrible inconvenience of what you know. It's amazing. But anyway, here we are live on Facebook and Bookface and all of them. Let's see here. Yeah. Hmm. You coming back on? Huh? Ara? Ara? Anyway, sorry, folks. It looks like I have some technical issues that seem to want to go on here. And for some reason, I'm going to have to sort this out today. But this is the way it goes, and you don't have control of your circumstances. You learn to live with the other people's circumstances. Ari, you're still there. I had a huge shutdown there for quite a while. I'm not sure how long it was, but I couldn't access the internet for the better part of the last half an hour to an hour or whatever. But here we are. I saw Tremaine was trying to come in to the studio, as was the arrangement, and Roy was trying to
Mm.
either one. I didn't get back on in time to allow them into the studio. In the meantime, and in between time, let me check something here. Let me check something here quickly. Boom. Mm, 1 second. I can't hear you. Say something. Say something. Say something, Ara. Can
The
you hear me?
microphone was mute. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I saw your lips moving, but I couldn't hear you, so I was just wondering if
Yes,
you disconnected
it
that
was
way.
muted. It was muted.
Ba, 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 ba.
Well, it's good to see you back on anyway. Welcome back.
You know, one day it'll be all right. One day we shall, Martin Luther said it, we shall overcome. I don't know. It's just most unfortunate that how, you know,
I think we are overcoming.
uh,
I think
I'm
we
just
are
trying to,
overcoming.
I'm just trying to, I am just trying to see if I can, okay, cool, good. Ba, 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 da, ba. Wow, no such luck.
What?
Anyway,
The
I still have you on the phone too. I still have you on the phone as well. So I got to shut the phone off for now. Yeah.
okay.
Anyway, let's finish up. We got about just
Yeah.
under an
Why
hour.
not?
I was tempted to shut it down, but guess what? I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna complete the hour of power, the great tower, and we go from there. Simple as that. Simple as that. Yes. So I don't know. I missed all of what you said. I was not able to be on there for anything you said. So um, tell me
That's
now.
fine.
Yes.
That's fine.
So,
I was
but you
just
held it. You held it. When you are not able to admit the way you are there because you came, you're not able to admit anyone. You can't see anyone in the waiting room or anything like that, can you?
no,
Yeah.
no.
Right. That's why it was important not to make those changes that we talked about because see, now you can't do that.
Granted,
Yeah.
granted.
Yeah.
Mm.
Right. So anyway, good. Well, you know what? We're still here. We're still holding up. And as I was saying before I went down, there are lots of interesting things that needs to take place in the world. We were talking about Vladimir Putin coming out and announcing that he has discovered his Jesus. He has discovered his Jesus. And
Well,
I guess we all have to have our epiphanies, whatever those are. Uh,
I don't know. I
well, what an interesting time to to have that. I find it interesting.
no. Can I say something on that?
Of course, you can say anything you
I'm
want.
I'm always quite wary of those videos that come out,
Yep.
on YouTube or wherever, social media, especially when a different language is being spoken.
Yes,
And then you
because you
have
can say anything you want, and
exactly,
most people would never know if it's true or not. You know what I mean?
exactly.
I am the
So,
same. I am the same. Go on, finish your thoughts, and I will chime in on that
I
too.
mean, what I'm wanting to say is that I see the videos, they're being shared and they become what is called viral. And I'm not phased by it by 1 second. I'm not excited by it. It does nothing for me because yes, I see the personality that is said to be Vladimir Putin, addressing quite an audience, and those words coming out in Russian supposedly and then translated into English. And the words that are being said, who knows? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. And then
And
some
of course,
images are shown.
don't forget that we have AI now that can make somebody's voice
Say
sound,
anything.
even if it's not him
Exactly.
saying it. Somebody can rig up something that has his image he's speaking, and the words may not be
Exactly.
coming out of his mouth.
What is that about?
What a world!
So I'm not excited in the least. It doesn't phase me. I watch it, I listen to it, I say, yeah, all right. It's whatever.
Well,
Unless
that particular video may not turn your crank. I got three others, and I've had no, not with him alone, being
okay.
narrated by other people. And I'm
Mm,
saying I also have had a video now for the better part of the last year from Russia showing that very
mm,
same disclosure. Nothing to do
okay.
with him whatsoever. So I'm saying there's enough persons now, enough uh, of the story being told, whatever it is, whatever that story is, for whatever purpose the story is being told, that is out there. It's out there. You understand? And it's being said. Now, what does that mean? I don't really know, to be honest with you.
Mm,
And we will figure out, I guess, in due season, in good time, what all of that really means. But the fact that it has happened, it is also part of prophecy. It talks about the end times, wars, rumors of wars,
mm,
and rumors of rumors, and stories, and machinations and manifestations that we are all going to experience. We no longer are alone. And if we were even alone before, we definitely no longer alone anymore. in
Mm.
this place called this construct called Earth. You know what I mean? We have to look at the reality of the thing and say to ourselves, why would someone stop and put this out? Someone didn't just wake up and decide they can put this out for no reason. There has to be there would have to be what I would consider a a motive
Mhm.
behind such a thing. And at a
Hmm.
time when you have the breaking away of the bricks and you have, the rise of the Chinese in terms of their dominance economically and globally, in terms of what seems to be the inevitable decline of the American um,
Wait.
society as we know it, the
Mm.
American way. Yes, very well. You
Mm.
got the words. You put thank you for putting that in my mouth. Thank
It's
you.
okay.
Ah, yes. That is quite interesting. I'm not here to analyze it because I don't know the truth and I don't know what is.
Likewise.
But I am only commenting on what I saw and what must and will affect millions of people around the world.
Mhm.
Someone wrote in one of the chats that I read, did you see the effing faces of the people? And they did exactly the effing faces of the people that he was speaking to. And they must have been saying, go F yourself. The person wrote that in a chat that ended up, they didn't write it in my chat, but somebody sent it to me,
Mm.
making that commentary. Can you imagine? Can you imagine for the life of me that if what we're seeing is true, let's say it is, all gloves off. Let's say that he didn't make those statements. Can you, for 1 minute, imagine the head roll that must have to take place globally at this point in time? Hmm? And for what purpose would it be served to do that? And for and why now? Those are some of the questions that I'm asking myself.
Mhm. Mm.
Because I've featured that very same thing on my shows at least half dozen times already before this. That very
Mhm.
same disclosure,
Mhm.
very same disclosure, I have been able to feature on my show time and time again in the past year. And now to be able to see this announcement, so called, and first time I heard of it in this context was Sunday when a young black lady was eager to announce it. And then I ignored it. But this morning, when I rose and I saw some of the prominent individuals who was floating it out, I mean, these are people in the next phase of this reality actually buying into it. I went, okay, this is not just a test run now. This is the real thing.
Mm.
This is the real thing. I see Brother Kofi's in the studio. Brother Kofi, I
Oh.
can't see you, but I can see you. I can see that you're in the back room. If you can, device not attached. It just went out. Device not attached, connected.
Mm.
So obviously he has to go and come in again. But yeah, the bottom line is that what timing and what we have to ask ourselves, I think he's now able to connect. Brother Coffee, Brother Coffee, if you're there, um, I don't want to put you on
Hmm.
the stage unless I know you're connected. So you might want to turn your camera on for me to see you that you're actually connected. I can see you, but nobody else can. So if you just turn your camera on, I'll be able to see you, and then I can add you to the stage with your microphone because you're muted right now too. So just let me know before I add you up there. Right. So what I'm saying is that you can't help but be a little suspicious.
Hmm.
Can't help but be a little suspicious of the energy that people want to bring to to the universe at this time.
Hmm.
Let's say I'm
Well,
not sure
media is
about
powerful. We know that. Media has always been powerful. Drama. I mean, before we had electronic media, we of course had, stage drama and by the street corner drama. Yes, people enacting, people speaking of, yes, people having vibrant discourse in squares about current happenings, about what's going on. And through those kind of discussions, ideas developed, people philosophized, if you will, all those years ago. And that's all to do with media, it's to do with communication. Of course, media now is like on steroids, yes, with the internet and with the yes, the speed with which um any message is sent and received. It's unprecedented, instant, more instant than instant coffee. You can send messages right across the entire planet in zero time, in seconds, nanoseconds even. And so everyone's taking advantage of that in so many different ways. And now there is AI, artificial intelligence, like you were saying. And
yeah,
and we have to think about the timing, we have to think about the content, we have to think about the players, who these messages are coming from. And like you said, what is the motive? What's the motive? The why and the why now. Yes. And that to me is my main focus. And as for the reality or the veracity of the thing, in all honesty, I question it. I question it on all fronts, always. Until Vladimir Putin, Mr. Putin, joins us here on NTech and says what it is. Yeah. And I see him and I say, yes, through the interpreter, he says in our audience to us, this is what I said, and this is why I said it. Yes, I will not be convinced that this actually is uh, real and it's not, as a term that was coined some time ago, fake news. Yes. And that's my take on it. That is my humble, simple take on it. I I I put a lot of value on word of mouth. Yes. To me, word of mouth is still the ultimate media. Yes, word of mouth. Yes, I know we in the high speeds, the highway, fast motorway driving of internet, and it's getting even faster and quicker and, like I said, more instant than instant coffee. But no, let me see it. Word of mouth, straight from the horse's mouth. That's what I want to see. And yes, I will say, okay. But then you have to satisfy the motive. Why, like you said, why now? What's going on there that you finally decide to open up your vaults and expose what's in there to the rest of the world. What's happening, it's like you said, it's not things we didn't know before. We've spoken about that before. So now, do we need validation? Yeah. Now, do we need confirmation of what we've known all those years? Put out by Sheikh Anta Diop, put out by John Henry Clark, put out by Malcolm X, put out by Patrice Lumumba, put out by all those great men, and women before Marcus Garvey, who I mentioned earlier, Walter Rodney, yes, all those men before said that very thing. So now it comes out of a Russian leader, and everybody's listening all of a sudden and repeating, hello. And so, you know, that's what I think of it. And that's why I say it doesn't excite me one bit. It doesn't phase me one bit. I see it, I listen to it, and like, all right then. Tell me something I don't know, huh? Why don't you? You know what I mean? Tell me something I don't know. And then I'll listen. Then you'll have my attention. Yes? Then we can have a conversation, Mr. Leader of Russia. So that's my take on those videos going about that are possibly becoming viral. They're not becoming viral with you.
Sorry, I hear talking to you with my microphone muted, and I'm here carrying
Are
on a
you
whole
talking to me? I'm not
conversation.
hearing a thing you're saying.
Yeah,
Go
because my
on.
mic was muted. But let
Okay.
me say this: you hit on a good point there, and
Mm,
but someone wrote me here while you're talking to me because I am getting messages from people telling me that. In fact, and look, the perfect timing. We got Tremaine right here in the background. It's a perfect time to enter him into this
super.
conversation. I'm going to
Excellent.
bring you in now, Tremaine. There you go. Tremaine, can you hear me?
Greetings, greetings. Ground rising family. Peace.
Can you
Warm
hear me?
greetings to you.
Yeah, I
Warm
can hear
greetings
you.
to you,
Good,
Tremaine.
perfect. We
Greetings,
were
greetings,
talking
greetings.
about this new thing here with that has been attributed to our brother Putin,
Mm-hmm.
that he has discovered his black Jesus. He has finally found his black
Not
Jesus.
discovered. It's always been there. It's not a discovery.
No, but Tremaine, we know the theory of discovery. We know
Yeah.
Christopher Colombo. We know all of this, right? They always say that this they came, they found people, but they discovered it. I like what the
Mm-hmm.
guy did a couple years ago. He went to London and he saw a car sitting there, and it was, I think, some fancy car. I can't remember if it was a Rolls Royce or what, but it was some fancy car that somebody had left with the engine running, and he got into the car. He didn't move off with it, but he sat in the car, and he sat there. And the person that owned the car came back and said, "Excuse me, what you doing in my car?" He said, "No, no, no. I discovered this. This is not your car.
That's not
I
yours.
discovered this." And they ended up calling the police because the man refused to leave the
To
car,
get
right?
out.
You know what the man said? I just proven a point. The point is,
Exactly.
I
You
came here, I
can't
found this
discover.
car running, and I discovered it. So it's mine.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly.
I mean,
Mm,
it really, really does speak to the issue of discovery, the theory of discovery. Yes?
Give me one second, guys. Just give me one quick second, yeah?
Go ahead, go
sure.
ahead, go ahead. Yeah. So, all
Yeah.
right. I mean, the point is, right? The point is, if you think about it carefully, this theory of discovery that we've been living with under the construct of the colonials is a backwards mindset. You come inside. It's like me coming to your house. I don't know where you live, but let's say I did. Let's say I came to your house, and I
Mm,
came in your house, and I walk in your house and decide to just put down myself. I'm gonna live here, and I push everything out of the way, take what I want, and I say, "This is my house now." And you say, "But how? This is my house." I mean, no, no, no. I discovered this house. I mean,
mm,
can you imagine? That's akin to home invasion, quite frankly. That's
mm,
akin to home invasion. How do we address that? I mean, we have been living with the theory of discovery for eons now. And the truth of the matter is, we have to go through a re educational process, a process that says, that in fact there is no discovery. You are Johnny come lately. And worse than that, you're a thief at best.
Exactly.
Call a spade a spade. Call a spade a spade.
Spot on.
You know?
Spot
I
on.
find that
That
every time I have something to say, people want to shut my internet down and they want to shut me off the air and stuff like, what have I done to anyone? What am I doing other than
You're speaking the
speaking
truth, man.
gospel truth? What is it
mm,
that makes you
You're
all want to
speaking the truth.
shut my voice down? You can't.
I'm back,
mm,
sir.
It doesn't matter what you do. You cannot. This is the voice from Most High, and it will speak no matter if the rocks gotta rise up and speak it. So it doesn't matter.
mm.
Sorry
I'm
about that,
good.
guys. I just dealing with a
No
few minor
problem. You're
technical.
kind of off the screen a little bit there.
Yeah, just dealing with a
There you
few
go.
minor.
Oh, oh, you had it. Now you're going. Half your eyes are missing again. Come back a little bit. Oh, there you go. There.
Better,
It's
better,
okay.
better, better.
You're kind of off a little bit though. There you
I don't
go.
know
There
what
you.
it is.
Okay. There. Hold it. Hold on there.
Sorry, guys.
No
Sorry, sorry,
problem.
It's
sorry.
okay.
Yeah,
No
well,
need
I
to
know you're
say
the
sorry.
perfect
It's
man for
fine.
this discussion because with your background and your knowledge of the ancient world, there's an ancient soul here. And I
Mm,
want to give him a segment where he can once a week come on and blow people's minds because this man knows things that people twice, three times his age haven't even seen or experienced. Anyway, we're
mm,
talking about our brother Vladimir,
Yeah,
the white brother from Russia who
yeah.
has discovered his black Jesus. I think they
But
all got to come to that place sooner or later where they discover the black Jesus. And when they
the
find
only
out that God is a black woman, they're all going to jump off the roof because they're going to realize
the
just
only
what.
people that don't know that history is us, unfortunately. The only people within the expression of wider community, if you will, that is not aware of the ethnicity of religious figures seems to be us as black people, and that is by design and not by coincidence.
Oh, very
So
much so.
is as I would have said in one of our previous discussions, this being the Aquarian age, the time for the lies and the foolishness has come to an end. Their time of governance on the planet has naturally come to its close. So um, it's only a matter of time they can't continue to hide the information. I waited for the Vatican. I
mm.
want to get my hands on the Vatican so bad. I want to get my hands on the Vatican
Get it
so
back.
bad. I want to get
Yeah.
my hands on the Vatican so bad because they're responsible. No, they
Yeah.
really are
Oh, they
responsible
have.
when you
Mm,
They
when
really
you
have.
when you know the
I
history. They're
agree.
the ones that are responsible for 85-90% of everything that's going on, even to this day. They're responsible.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the child trafficking, a lot of the sex trafficking that has been happening has been directly related to the Vatican. When you do the research and when you do a little bit of study, you see that it all ties back. There's no coincidence that so many Catholic priests have been convicted or accused rather than convicted of child molestation and pedophilia and all of these different things over the years. It's no coincidence. It's a part of their culture. So as the time of their natural demise comes closer to hand, more and more information in relation to our history and our position on the planet and our position within the universe will become
Mm,
more prevalent to the people. So it's
mm-hmm.
and I would have said before, it's not a coincidence, especially for a place like Russia, to maintain remnants of history that are that significant because while we speak to the atrocities and the political stance that Russia has taken over and by extension the Soviet Union has taken over the years, we tend to forget that through their pursuits, they would have also been responsible for gathering and therefore become a repository for so much history and culture over the years.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of their Stalin, Hitler, and a lot of these other people that would have originated within that region, regardless of their motivations and regardless of what they would have done with the information, would have still gathered a lot of historical documents and a lot of
Mm-hmm.
information over the years that would have propelled them to make certain decisions and that would have actually benefited them to some degree in being able to accomplish a lot of the things that they were able to accomplish. So it is no real surprise that places like Russia and we go into places like Timbuktu and those other more
Mm.
remote places, India and those kinds of places, will have repositories of information that would have been lost for hundreds, if not thousands of years, because
Mhm. Mhm.
the history of the planet is significantly older, and our place on the planet is significantly older than a lot of people tend to want to acknowledge. So it's not a surprise.
Or admit, to
Or
acknowledge or
admit,
admit.
or
Yes,
admit, absolutely.
absolutely. And it's like in my own consciousness and in my own thinking and in my own, I'd like to quantify as limited, you know, um, view on everything that's going on. Like you said, we are the ones who know so sweet little about it all.
Mhm, mhm.
And I agree 100% that is by design. That is
By
so
design, it's
deliberate.
very, very deliberate.
And again, to put it square on the Vatican, and I want to even zero in even closer on the Catholic Church, right?
Roman
Because
Catholic Church specifically.
Roman Catholic Church specifically, because, and I say that because that is my experience. That is
Mhm.
my lived experience growing up as a child. I was brought I came to this side of the
Catholics.
universe, I like to say, into a family that was in the Roman Catholic tradition. And I came to understand that as being just a myopic sense of what Roman Catholicism is. You know, I didn't even
Absolutely,
understand this, what I was part of, right?
absolutely, absolutely.
I didn't. I had very
And
little clue.
most people don't. Most people, most Christians, most Jews, most Muslims are suffering from indoctrination more than religious study. Most people have not
Mm,
actually taken the time to sit and study not just what they read within the context of the Bible or the Quran or the Torah or the Tanakh or any of these other religious books, but
mhm,
actually take the time to understand the origins of the religions that they choose to subscribe themselves to. If this is a system, I say it all the time. When you go to school, you want a degree in mathematics, engineering, whatever. You don't read one book. And this is just general education. So if you are
mm,
going to dedicate something that is supposed to be edifying to your soul, then I would assume that the logical thing to do would be to actually understand the origins of what you are attributing the essence of your being to. And most people have
absolutely.
never
Oh,
actually taken the time to research where did Christianity come from? Who are the forefathers of Christianity? Who are the people and the life of the people that would have revolved around things like the first and second council of Nicaea that would have added and removed a lot of
oh,
the wordage and documentation that we now view, or the literature that we now view as the Bible, which is the Bibliociliotek. The original Latin name for it is the Bibliociliotek. When we take the time to actually study the people that put together the document, you take it out of its modern context and you go back to the Septuagint, for instance, which is a precursor to
mm.
the Bible that we now have, and you read it, simple things like the word son moving from SON to SUN. Simple things like
Oh,
simple things like the removal of the word J from the Bible, because we know in the original transcript J was not a part of the alphabet. So little
mm,
things, and we often acknowledge that English language is a spell language. There's a lot of connotation within the language, so you can say one thing and have a completely different meaning just by changing one simple word. So with that understanding, again, if you truly choose to devote yourself to a spiritual system or a way of living, then the best way to do that would be to get as close to the original context as would be possible, especially when we acknowledge that so much corruption and destruction of the document has taken place over the couple of centuries that we've had control of it. But most people don't take the time to do that. Most people will go to church on a Sunday or a Saturday, read the passage in the Bible that the pastor tells them to read, put it down, and will ignore you the very next day, but call themselves Christians. But then, in the same breath, I say, if you're a Christian, then I do believe within the biblical text, it says that if you have faith the size of a mustard seed, then all the works that Jesus and greater would we be able to do. If we are supposed to be
Hey.
able to do greater works than Jesus Christ, then I fail to see why COVID was able to run rampant. If you believe in the whole COVID thing, I fail to believe why we have hundreds of millions of Christians that claim to be devout and claim to be dedicated, and they will send me to hell because of my viewpoint. But if I tell them I got a cold,
Straight
come
to
put your
hell.
hands on me and
Straight to
come put your
hell.
hands on me and heal me, they can't get it done. And they will make every excuse in the book as to why they can't get it done. But your teachings say that you should be able to. So
Mm-hmm.
we
Mm-hmm.
see a disconnect. And most people refuse to acknowledge that disconnect.
And that is our demise. That is our part in our demise. Yes.
Absolutely.
When we
Willful
fail,
ignorance.
that's it. When we
Willful
fail, we
ignorance.
see it right before us. And
It's very evident.
there is all the information to challenge this.
Absolutely.
And then we bend our brain, we literally bend our brain to try to make sense
Sense of something that
of the
cannot.
nonsense. It's like,
How?
really? Why? Why? Yes. And
It's absolutely crazy.
it is. And relationships break up because,
Our
family,
entire our entire societal structure has fallen apart because of
because
this one simple thing. Because the society is based on family, culture is based around
oh,
family. So when you break
exactly.
down the family, wait, there's a book that I encourage everyone that might be listening to get. Actually, let me see.
Mm-hmm.
Just bear with me 1 second. Bear with me 1 second. There's a book that
Sorry,
I
guys.
encourage
I'm
everyone to get.
multitasking. I'm actually responding
That's
to
fine.
messages. Well,
There's a book that I encourage everyone to get. Yeah, if you can get this book, The New Jim Crow, right?
you're
Aye, aye,
off
aye.
camera. Yes, there you go.
The New Jim Crow. If you can get
Got it.
this book, this will show you from, let's say, post World War II up onto modern day, the evolution of Jim Crow law, the evolution of segregation, and the evolution of the subjugation of black people, how it transitioned from chattel slavery to institutionalized slavery to a certain sense, and the implementation of modern Jim Crow in the society, the
Ah,
illusion that Jim Crow is no longer in effect, not just in the US, but across the Western Hemisphere, because
mm-hmm.
we are part and parcel of the wider community, and what affects the US inadvertently affects all of us throughout the
All
region.
of us. Yeah.
So, you know, these are laws even to this day that we see slowly starting to trickle in with police behavior and the way that the police are interacting. Even here in Barbados, we've had a number of instances where videos have surfaced with police being a little more rough and a little more aggressive with the handling of people. And it's like, but do you not remember that the police were the original slave catchers? They were the ones that
Yes,
were
exactly
originally
right.
designated to come and
The
pull us back
colonial
in. So
arm, the
so
colonial
what
police. Yeah.
what do you expect them to do? They're doing what they've always done. So to
Mm-hmm.
expect them to protect you, when again it's a lack of knowledge, it's a lack of understanding of the system. So
Mm-hmm.
we find ourselves looking for refuge and looking for a savior in a system that has always been designed for no other reason than our subjugation and our control. So I suggest that everyone, if you can, the new Jim Crow is a very, very good book to get, and it will put a lot of things into perspective, and it will help you to understand from a more modern perspective the evolution of the law and why we find certain laws on the books in certain parts of the world and how it affects us as a people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that is I think part of why we perpetuate, yes, even without the laws were set initially.
Yeah,
And yes, they are constantly being revisited, constantly
revisited.
being reformed
But
for
it's
the time and the
self-perpetuating.
people. Yes,
But it's
but we
self-perpetuating
now,
within you.
exactly, we
We're
now,
enslaving our own selves.
that's what's going on. they
Absolutely.
they they're doing this with a long stick, right?
Mm.
And we now just continue the performance while they
Because
sit
their
back
work has
and
been done
rub their hands together.
and make their
Yeah,
money and live their lives, and we suffer as a people. You know, it's it's
it's a
ironic,
perfect
really.
plan. It's a
It's
perfect
ironic.
plan. Yes,
It's
and
ironic.
and and time and time again, you see the tactics, you see the
Oh yeah,
tricks.
and they
Some
don't
of us do.
change.
They don't.
They don't change. They really don't change. If you pay
Yeah,
attention, they're doing the same thing now that they did a couple of hundred years ago. It's the
over
same
and
game.
over. It
So,
works.
and
It
it's
works.
effective. It's effective.
So
And its
exactly.
effectiveness is based, again, largely on our inability to unite as a people. And that
Yes.
inability comes from, I would say, admittedly, systematic implementation through the destruction of the family. And
Mm-hmm.
we see this breakdown in family structure coming from the mass incarceration situation that we now find across the region, very, very prevalent. And now we find all-time highs in female incarceration. That
Mm.
in a time where women have more power and more freedom, and allegedly, allegedly, because
Mm-hmm.
when we go back into our culture, we know that that's not the case, and that women have always run things. But in modern culture, we see that from a modern context, women now have more freedom and more liberty to do these things. But now, especially within quote unquote black Latin American brown communities, we see a rise in female incarceration, and we see a rise in these
Mm.
um, female against female violence. Another thing that we also see that is very, very prevalent is, I don't know if most people take the time to know this, but or to notice, but when you take the time to observe media, whether it be television, movies, have you noticed that there's just been a significant shift in the interrelationship,
Oh yes.
same sex
Oh
thing,
yes.
where every time we are portrayed within the media now, we are either portrayed in a same sex marriage or in an
Oh yes.
interracial marriage. It
Oh
is
yes.
very rare that you see black people depicted in healthy, cohesive households where we actually have the family structure.
Oh
We don't
yes.
have that depicted in the media anymore. And it's not by anything other than design. It's a
And
conscious
oh
decision
yeah.
to, as we say, program the people into thinking, because the less of us being produced is obviously the better off they're going to be. And this is also a way of introducing fresh genetics into their genetic pool to give them a bit more longevity on the planet. But the reality is that our genetics are always dominant, and regardless of what they do, if it's today or in a couple of hundred years, the time on the planet is limited. Is just a reality.
Well, you see, I accept that, but I accept that in the same breath as saying we have not to be complacent. Yes,
No, we play a
we
major role in our own stuff, man.
exactly. We ought not to
We've
think,
complained for
well,
too long.
that's it. We haven't got the luxury of time to say,
Exactly.
well, we are the dominant gene and they're going to phase out
Phase out
anyway.
of no, no,
No.
no. We ain't waiting for that. Not at all.
Exactly.
We ain't waiting for
We
that.
and you saw I've seen it, Tremaine, on the adverts. It's subtle,
It's
and
subtle. It's very,
it
very
is.
subtle, but it's there. If you pay
It's there.
attention,
It
almost
is
every
there
single commercial that you see, and
now.
not just that, but look at the depictions of the kids in a lot of these commercials. There is no way, in most cases, that those children could be related to those parents that they're being depicted with. In most cases, even when you find even when you find instances where they do depict a strong, confident black woman married to a strong, confident, successful black man, when you have that family dynamic, in a lot of cases, the kids are adopted. So
Hmm.
there is a very real push within media to promote this unity of the black family. You are only good if you are interacting with people outside of your race, and that is by design.
Hmm.
You
Yes.
know.
totally so. But and the other thing
Anything
is
to
we
not have
fall
more
for
black
it.
children being born. Oh, come on. They had a couple of hundred
Exactly.
years to perfect this thing, so of course.
Oh yes,
Of
yes. And
course.
we're falling for it time
Every
and over
single
and
day.
over and over again. We fall for
Every
it.
single day.
Yes. That is why I am so up I appreciate love, and I'll use that term, so much what we're doing here. And Tech
Absolutely.
Radio, where we're going to put out our own stories our way. Yes.
Just give me 1 second, okay?
By
One
all
second, one
means,
second.
by all means, Tremaine. Yes, where we are going to push out our own stories our way using our media, from infrastructure right through content. Yes,
Sorry
we.
about that.
That's fine. No need for sorry. Yes, that's the other reason I appreciate love and tech, because this is not scripted. Yes, we're
No,
flowing,
absolutely.
we
Because
flowing from the
I wasn't
heart.
expecting to be on this morning.
There
I
you
just got a
go.
random phone call and I was like, all right, cool. I got a bit of time, so why not?
Why not? Exactly. This is not scripted, and we
And
just
it
warming up.
benefits people, so I don't mind. I've always been very open about as long as it I don't expect everyone to understand or agree with what I'm saying. But if I can touch one person, if I can get one person to go buy that book, if I can get one person to take a second look at their religious practice, I've done my job.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not here to fuss with you. I'm not
To
here to
think.
convince anyone of anything. All I want you to do
Mm-hmm.
is think for yourself.
That's
We've
it.
been deprived of the ability to learn and read and develop ourselves in our own culture for so long that at this point I think that it is important to create a spark in people that if you're really serious, you're gonna go take some time to study.
Of
If you
course.
really want to know, you're gonna study. Or you're gonna reach out to me or Phil or you and you're gonna ask a question and you're gonna get the information that you
Of course. Of course. And if persons decide to harden their consciousness and harden their hearts,
need. Up to you.
up to you. So
Up
be
to you.
it.
So be
Yes.
it.
Yes,
So be
but
it.
we're doing our part, and that is, like you said, that is why I'm doing this. Is I'm doing my part because I came to the awareness, because 3, 4, 5 years ago I too, was just a sheep following. Yeah,
Most people.
I
No, none
was
of us are born
just
like this. Very few of us are born into a certain level of consciousness. Very,
exactly.
very few.
Yeah, I
I
was
was
going
born
along
like,
my dailies until
yeah,
I thought, hang on a minute, what's going on here?
something doesn't make sense. I mean, I grew
Something
up.
doesn't add up.
My grandmother is Catholic, is Roman Catholic. So I grew up in a fairly religious household.
Mm,
My grandmother is Roman Catholic. Like I said, I went to the Seventh Day Adventist primary school when I was young. Um, and as I got older, my mother had some close friends of hers that were into the Wesleyan Holiness Church. So I was baptized into the Wesleyan Holiness Church when I was young. So my initial upbringing comes from a very Christian perspective. Like I'm not speaking to you as someone that hasn't studied. I've read the Bible 3 times. I've read the Torah. I've read the Tanakh. I've read the Bhagavad
hey,
Gita. I've taken the time
hey,
to study.
yes.
I've taken the time to study. The only thing that I would admit, and I've said this to Phil, is that I haven't been able to, because of my lack of knowledge, to study some of the text in a tradition in their traditional original languages. But I have
Mm-hmm.
taken the time to study. So
Mm-hmm.
that study has brought me to the place that I am now.
Mm-hmm.
But most people, they don't ask. So like one of the questions that I used to ask is, so you mean to tell me that God came down to Noah and told Noah to build this ark? And this ark was when we you can do the modern dimensions, you can check how big cubits are. But
Mm-hmm.
you mean to tell me that God put two of each animal across the face of the planet onto this boat and they sailed for 40 and we were able to repopulate this entire planet from, and then when you go and you look at how big the ark was in comparison to even a modern ship, there's absolutely no way. It doesn't make sense.
Bending your brain,
It
bending your
doesn't make
brain.
sense. I
Well,
read the
no,
Bible and
no, no. Hold on, young brother. They had petri dish. They had petri dish of stem cells stacked away on shelves. That's how they did
Yeah.
it. Come on now.
Behave, Philip. Behave, Philip. It's too early in the morning, Philip.
I hear you,
Behave,
brother. I
behave.
hear
You're
you.
gonna
I
you're
hear
gonna get
you.
us banned.
I
You're
hear
gonna
you.
get us banned. It's too early. Don't
uh,
start yet. But you're not wrong.
really,
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
really.
Because again, when you take the time to study the history, we would have had a conversation on the origins of certain groups of
Oh
You
people
yeah.
the
raise the
other day.
eyebrows,
Yeah.
So
eyebrow raising.
we know that that's not necessarily inaccurate, but we'll keep it there for the time being. But
Yes.
even when you read the beginning of the Bible, if you take the
Oh,
time to actually study it, you see that there are technically two stories of creation. God
yeah.
creates man in His image, and then He creates Adam and Eve, and it
Yeah.
becomes it's a simple contradiction. So if Adam and Eve are the first man and woman, and they have kids, when they're banished from the Garden of Eden, how is it that their sons were able to go out into the world and find wives? Simple question.
Well, it's a childhood question. We ask
That's
that to our
childhood
children.
question.
It is.
Childhood questions
It
that to
is.
this day most pastors, preachers, they can't answer the question.
No.
But we sit here and we continue to, oh, just blind faith. Oh, just belief. Belief exists in the absence of knowledge. So at what point do
Mm,
we stop believing and start knowing?
thank you.
At what point do we stop with the allegory and we start to actually take the time to know some stuff? You know?
Exactly. Mm.
You
So
know,
you.
you are so right, brother. I mean, I find this fascinating that we're having this conversation today. Ara does a piece. I don't know if you're aware of what Ara does on this station, but she does reading. It's called Radical Exchange. And
Mm,
then we have reading for us or reading
Suzaman.
for us. Yeah.
Mm.
And that's what she does. And she provokes their thoughts
thought.
by
Absolutely.
reading from the book and then
Absolutely.
encouraging conversation. We have Professor Kaba. What's his name again? Kaba,
Kaba
I think.
Kabane.
Kaba. Kaba
Kaba Kabane.
Kamene.
Yeah,
That's
he
right.
will be
Yeah.
coming on to the station to talk with Ara and
Oh, please
myself
let
and
me
the
have an
rest.
opportunity to speak to the
You
master
will,
teacher.
Tremaine. You're in.
Please.
This
He's
is
on.
why I'm saying to you, you see the conversations that we're having here today.
Please give me a
Let us.
chance.
Ara is
You're
on
in. You're in,
Tuesdays.
Tremaine. You're in.
Remain. Ara is on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Those are her 2 days that she broadcasts.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I would love dearly to have you guys do something really unique, either together or separately. Where we could have more of this kind of discussion.
We'll do it together because we've got enough separation in the community. I think that masculine and feminine are always important in any successful venture
Done.
that we take on in our
Done.
community.
Done.
He
Say
said it.
I
He
done.
said it. Look at
We
that.
don't do
Done.
that. We don't do that separative.
Yeah. So
Masculine and
that
feminine come together to create oneness. We do it together as a
it's the
unit.
only it's the
Absolutely.
only tool. I love that. I love that. You know, I love that
So
idea. And you know me well enough. You know that that's who we are, right? Good.
absolutely,
Spot on. Spot on. I mean,
absolutely.
So, what we're gonna do is figure out a way to bridge that. I think you bring a whole bunch of knowledge, Tremaine, into this
mm,
discussion, and I think Ara is already well positioned. I think the two of you will do very well together, and we might have to extend that program to 3 hours though, because 2 hours is not gonna work anymore. We'll do a
That's
three
not a
hour
problem.
segment from
That's not a
11
problem.
till 2, from
Okay.
11 till 2. Monday and no, Tuesday and
Tuesday and
Thursday
Thursday.
from 11
Okay.
Mm.
till 2. Yeah.
No
I'm going to
problem.
put you on the program Tuesday.
So it's a
Um,
radical exchange, and we started with reading Spirituality Before Religions. Yes, this is the version
Tuesday
just
and
a while
Ooh.
Thursday.
ago.
Tuesday and
Uh,
Thursday.
we're gonna have some interesting conversations, man.
We're
I
going
promise
to
you.
have a
We're gonna
blast.
have
It's going
some
to be
we're
Is
gonna
grand.
have some interesting
is
conversations.
11 going to be still a
Yeah.
good time frame, Ara, or is 10 better?
Tell me, Tremaine, how is it for you? We started 11 your
Mm,
time until
You
2,
sleep
yeah?
a little
2
bit
hours.
later than most.
I
What
would
what
I
about
would
you?
say I would say 10. I'm usually up at like 5:30, 6 o'clock of mornings. I
So
just
we're gonna
don't
go
I
with
don't
10.
I don't interact before a certain time because that's my personal time for my own spiritual meditation, and I don't, I like to go deal with my own spiritual practice during that period. But
Very
anytime after 8:30 or so, as long as I don't have work, then I'm
No, 10 till 1, because I'll do
10
my
to 1 is
show
good.
from 7 till 10, which is three
Yeah.
hours, and you or 6 till 10, and you guys can do 10. You guys can do 10 till 1 p.m.
Yeah,
Tuesday
okay.
and
that's fine.
Thursday. Perfect.
That's
So
Perfect.
fine.
that's from 3
Look
p.m.
at
my
that.
time.
That's a plan. Just came together like that. I
That's
know we're
good.
going to
That's
have
not
a
a problem.
lot of good discussion, and we're going to be able to bring this to the people. There's a lot to be said here.
Absolutely.
When Putin has his epiphany, and Putin is a man right now that the whole world is watching. Now
Of
watch
course.
Xi Jinping come out now and say that he all of a sudden he's completely black now. He can't
It's
even
coming.
be no yellow man anymore.
China, China,
Yeah.
China, China, and the Middle East. Well, not the Middle East. The Oriental people, Japan, China. When you go back into their history,
All
they
black
share
people.
African.
All
They
black
share
people.
African descendantry, man. They come from us.
Easily.
They
Easily.
come from us. I mean, and I know a lot of people don't like to hear this, but if you go back, if you go back anything beyond 6,500 to 7,000 years, there is no one on the
No
planet but
history.
us.
They cannot find themselves. They don't
That's why
exist.
they don't document anything beyond the Younger Dryas period, which puts them at about 12,000 years, and they have to go. They have to limit it there because that's the youngest that they can classify the pyramids as.
Mm.
See, that's the reason that they like to cut it off. Plus, there was a major catastrophe that happened during that period that was responsible for the reshaping of the planet into what we know it now.
Today.
That that has stuff to do with other civilizations that were prevalent at the time, but their history, their any evidence of any other being of intelligence on the planet doesn't exceed that time span. So that's why you
Mm.
will find very little science or but when you start to do geological studies and you start to study a lot of the old structures and you start to study things like the mud floods, which is a bit of a rabbit hole that we may get into one of these days. But it's a
Mm-hmm.
really, really interesting topic. And you start to see that we're going to leave that one for another day because it's a topic in and of itself.
Yes.
But when you start to go back into history, you start to see that there's a lot less of anything else, and the further back you go, is the blacker it gets. So
Yep.
we'll have
Indeed,
some interesting
indeed,
conversation.
and indeed. We'll have some thought-provoking,
Yeah.
mind-blowing,
Mind-blowing
conscious,
conversation.
reviving conversations and exchanges.
I want to encourage, outside of the book, I want to encourage. You were speaking when we initially came on about discovery. I want
Mm-hmm.
to encourage people to look for the doctrine of discovery.
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to get into it right now, but I want to encourage you to look at the doctrine of discovery. It is the document that was used to justify the colonization of the Western world, and it is still in effect today. So I
It is.
suggest that a lot of people will take the time to look at the doctrine of discovery and understand how a lot of what happened was able to happen. And I also want people to stop thinking about the transatlantic slave trade in the context that they think about it in, because that was another thing that was done in an effort to disconnect us. The illusion that hundreds of millions of people were brought from Africa to the Americas is just that. It is an illusion, it's a fallacy.
It's an illusion.
We
It's an
had
absolute
established,
fallacy.
it's a fallacy.
Yeah.
We have had established culture and civilization and history in the Western Hemisphere going back hundreds of thousands of years.
500 BC anyway.
Hundreds of thousands. If we want to be conservative, then we can look at the most recent, if you will, transition or transit of people that would have come over and reestablished culture here, which would have been the predecessor to Mansa Musa, his elder brother. And when you study his story, when Mansa Musa went into Africa, there was a conversation that he was having with, I think, um, I won't quote exactly who, but someone in the higher political spheres of Egyptian culture. Um, and they would have asked how he, to tell the story on how he would have come into power. And he said his predecessor would have received word of these lands to the west, and he would have
Mm-hmm.
packed 200 ships of men and 200 ships with provisions and sent them off to go discover these new lands or whatever, or to
Hi,
reestablish a
Robert.
connection.
Greetings. Shalom, shalom.
There's a little bit of
Mm-hmm.
disconnect with the exact thing, but to reestablish a connection between the tribes that were already in the west and their empire within the Malian region, which we know now to be a fairly extensive empire, right? And the the account goes, and this is an actual account written from Mansa Musa's actual um, biography, if you will. He says that
Mm-hmm.
only one of the ships came back, and he speaks of finding this river in the middle of the sea, and the other ships
Mm-hmm.
went onto this river and they disappeared into the distance, but he was too scared, so he didn't go. And Mansa Musa's elder brother decided to take a further 2,000 ships of men and 2,000 ships of provisions. So in all,
Provision.
4,000 ships, and set sail. Now, from our history, we know that what actually happened was that the ship went over with them and would have discovered and reestablished lands and brought back word to the emperor at the time, or to the sultan at the time, and that would have provoked his decision to go over. And what Mansa Musa says is that his brother told him, "Look, I'm taking our people to go and reestablish our settlement there. If I don't
Mm-hmm.
come back, then you are king." And that is how he became ruler. And this is his
Mm-hmm.
own account. So we know that when you sail off of the north, we were having this conversation in the ADDI chat over the last couple of days. When you
Mm-hmm.
travel off of the northwestern coast and you sail out, there is an actual, what we now know as the Atlantic current, that will bring you around and bring you actually onto the eastern coast of Barbados. So we know, and then if you talk to Phil, one of the things that Philip likes to say is that Barbados has one of the oldest synagogues in the Western Hemisphere, and this is
Mm-hmm.
true. It's about 10 minutes away from where I live.
Okay.
The significance of that is that
Hmm.
while most people do not like to acknowledge it, there is a significant connection between Islam and Judaism. So
Oh, there
they
is. Undeniable.
they're the same thing essentially, right? So, with that understanding, we can say that there was an Islamic, Hebrew, Arabic presence that was established in Barbados as far back as, and we're talking before Columbus, so we're talking early
1200s.
1300s, 12, the end of the 1200s. Columbus set sail in what, 1492?
14, it is said. Yeah,
Yeah, so if
1490s.
we believe the story of Columbus, if we want to get into that too, that's a whole other thing. But
Yeah.
1492, 1400s, after the fall of the Alhambra, when Ferdinand and Isabel took over control of
Spain,
the Granada, took control of Spain.
Granada, Spain, and
Exactly. So
mhm.
when we just take a little bit of time to look at the history, there were people here, at least a couple thousand people that would have established trade, that would have established civilization and culture and all of that. A couple of hundred
Connections, yeah.
years, exactly. And
Sure.
again, they took over a couple of thousand ships. It is not unreasonable if one of those ships were to make it back. And we don't need to even think of it as unreasonable, because we know from Christopher Columbus's accounts himself that they would have used Moorish navigators to make it to the New World in their initial voyages. And we know
Mm-hmm.
that in his own accounts, he says that when he came here, he found black people, and he described that a lot of the stuff that they would have had here was in direct correlation to what they found in Northwest Africa. So there's
Okay.
no dispute that they would have originally found people here. What they
Mhm.
didn't bank on finding was the amount of wealth that was here. And that is what would have sparked the enslavement and then the subsequent changes to, because when you send over the wealthiest empire at the time to establish a culture. I'm sure that they brought a significant amount of wealth with them, on
Of
top of
course.
the uku buku levels of wealth that was already in the
Already
Americas at
there.
the time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
it is only, and again, when we go back into Arabic study, we see a lot of old Arabic scholars speaking about their transit of the Maghrib, which was the original designation for this region. And they speak of the extensive wealth and culture, and it's not new. We just choose to
Mm-hmm.
ignore the history. So
Oh, mm. It's just unbelievable that we still read what we
to this
read in the
day,
schools we do today. Our
absolutely,
syllabus is still so shriveled,
and
raisined,
getting worse,
and
unfortunately,
getting worse.
and
Why?
getting
Why
worse
do we allow it? Why
because
do
we
we allow
continue
it?
to try to play a game that was never designed for us to win at the first place.
Oh, 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 come on.
We trying to win at a game that was set up for us to fail.
Exactly, exactly. That's why we have to
Absolutely.
reorganize,
Reorganize
everything. Put
ourselves.
before everything.
Everything.
Family, re-educate,
Re-educate.
politics, everything.
Absolutely.
Not reform, rehaul. And that's what I appreciate love about this, and what we're going to be
Absolutely.
doing with Rastafari TV, with Fanai, with Richie, with Lord Philip, with the ADDI, with CSPS, with everyone who has the energy, yes, and who are
Absolutely.
willing to put the time in to reframe. Yes, and it's happening as well in the natural world.
Oh, of
That's the other
course.
thing, in the natural world it's happening. So it's
Of
just a
course.
matter of us aligning ourselves to receive,
There you go. There
to
you go.
receive. Yes.
Realignment is necessary. Major
Mm,
realignment is necessary. And it doesn't take, the thing is, we think that it takes much when it really doesn't take much. All it takes is people being willing to take a look at things from a more realistic and practical perspective. Because a lot of the stuff that we teach, or a lot of the stuff that you will find it, when you actually just take the time to study it, you see that it makes a lot more sense than a lot of those narratives that have been perpetuated on us for the past 400 some years. It doesn't make sense. So if you just put aside your own personal biases and come at stuff from the perspective of, all right, even if you don't agree with it, take the time to challenge the information and go do some research on it. You might find
exactly.
out that that information is actually more factual than what you've been taught for your entire life.
Exactly.
And there's a
Mm,
reason that you've been taught things in a certain manner because they don't want you to think for yourself. They don't want you to ask.
exactly.
They don't want you to ask why why the Noah's Ark story don't make sense, or why does the doctrine what is the doctrine of discovery, or what are the minutes of the first or second council of Nicaea, or what is the council of Ephesus. They don't want you to know that. Not because it's
Mm,
not history. It is history. It is recorded, documented history. We know that these things happen, but they don't want you to take the time to figure out what happened during it.
what it
What
is.
came about from these meetings that took place? What did these people, these religious leaders have to say about religion that was so
Mm-hmm.
important that every single major religious figure had to come together for a meeting? And it
Tell
still
me.
it still happens to this day.
It does. It carries
It still
on.
happens
It
to
do.
this day. So I mean, there must be a reason for it. What is that reason? Just ask that.
Mm-hmm.
If you ask
Mm-hmm.
that question leads you to everything else you want to know.
And what is my role in it?
And
Because
where
I
do
think
I fall into it?
exactly, yes. Because we minimize our part, to the point of disappearing ourselves, in the mix and
Unfortunately,
mire of what has been formed for us to just
absolutely. We choose to
allow.
ignore our own stories, man.
Yeah,
It's really sad,
yes.
actually.
And it is
It's
that,
really
and
sad.
we destroy ourselves. We're heading for self-destruction. and
Absolutely.
and the folks who've orchestrated all this have to do very little anymore, but just to see who's getting out of line and whip them
And
back into line.
exactly,
That's all
exactly.
they've got to do. Whoever's getting out of line, if it's one too many, okay, cut him down. And
Or
that's what
do
has
what they
happened.
did with do what they did with COVID and make everything a conspiracy theory all of a sudden because it discredits the people
Exactly.
that are speaking truth. So
Tell me
now
about it.
now the truth, the people that are really trying to help and the people that are really trying to teach are now labeled as conspiracy theorists or crazy or
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
unreliable because
mm-hmm,
we go against the mainstream narrative. But the
mm-hmm.
mainstream narrative has never benefited us.
Never,
It has never benefited
never.
us.
You
So
see, and what they managed to do with that situation those years ago is they were able to invade, you know, directly
we
intrude
invade,
into
yeah,
people's beings
yeah,
with their
absolutely.
injections.
Oh
Yes.
yes, absolutely,
Oh my. Oh my. And so
absolutely,
they just prepared the stage, preparing the stage for the next dispensation of their
exactly.
control on a
That's all it is.
level that would be inescapable.
Absolutely. I mean,
Inescapable.
we talk about we make a lot of fuss about the vaccine, and there's a lot of debate about it. I said you don't need to debate about the vaccine. Go take a look at the people that are pushing it and find out what they stand for, and that will tell you what their intention behind it is. One of the biggest proprietors for the vaccine was Bill Gates. Bill Gates is a known anti-populationalist. This dude is known for having an anti-populationist mindset. He has openly said in more than one interview that he believes that the planet is overpopulated and that steps need to be taken to reduce the population of the planet. He's known for this. So why do you think that a person that is willing to take an open stance like that will do anything other than to try to superimpose that agenda on people? Then we wonder why people started to drop dead from the vaccine a couple of months later. It's by design. It's by design. And for those that haven't transitioned yet, I promise you that while you might still be here, it has significantly altered your genetic code. I promise you. I promise you. It has significantly changed you as a person. So,
Mm,
I mean, before you go taking some stuff, even if you might not understand what it is you're taking, you might want to take some time to understand the person that's giving it. Are they trustworthy? Do they have your best interests at your heart? Are they really looking out for you? No, then why are you taking
exactly.
it? If I pull up to you in
Exactly.
a white van in a park as a little kid and I offer you candy, like, am I a safe person? You know what I mean? Like,
Exactly.
if I'm
Exactly.
known, if I've presented myself to you as something despicable and that you cannot trust, then why do you seek to trust me still? And
Exactly.
then complain about the fallout of it afterwards.
Mm,
Victim mindset.
mm.
We're always looking for someone else to blame for our own shortcomings and our own falling out when we have free will, we have choice. I believe that that was one of the greatest gifts that was given to us as a people, as creation by the divine, is free will. So exercise your
Mm,
free will and stop allowing others to tell you what to think and how to think and when to go and where to go and if you
mm.
can and cannot do it. It is in complete violation of your natural rights, your inalienable rights, the rights that you were born with, your human rights, your I will not say civil rights because civil rights is something after, but your human rights. It is something that you're born with. You are born with
Mm-hmm.
the right to live and exist and eat and breathe and drink freely. These are not
Freely.
things that should be taxed or you should have to pay for the right to have access to clean drinking water. Why should you have to pay for the right to eat your food? Why should you have to pay for the right to live on a land that your people built?
Tell me. Hey.
It makes no sense. We paying to live on land that our people cultivated. We built everything and now we paying to live in it. How does it make sense? How is it fair? How is it right? But when you say these things, people look at you like you're crazy. No, I'm not crazy. I just ask the questions you don't want to ask.
Exactly. Yes, that's it. And
It
that's
don't
what we're
make
going to
sense to me.
continue
So
doing here.
Exactly. It don't make sense to me,
Question it.
so
Question it.
I'm gonna ask a question.
Challenge it.
Absolutely. And if
Shake it.
I'm always
Rock
open
the
to,
boat.
if you can prove me wrong, then prove me wrong. Not with conjecture, not with your opinions. The same way I can pull this out, and I got 20 more behind me and a suitcase more upstairs, plus
Wow.
everything that's in my phone and my hard drive. The same way that I can do that,
Hey.
and I can pull stuff off the top of my head to give references. When you come, provide me with a reference. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. No
Mm-hmm.
problem.
Of course.
I'm cool. No problem. I can learn because I'm here to learn like everyone else. But I think that we need to stop having these loose arguments about things that we've only ever studied very, very briefly. No, let's do some study. That has always been a part of our culture. It was one of the reasons that we were able to attain the heights of civilization and culture that we were able to achieve. It is because we were always a learned people. We were
We
always studied,
observe.
well studied,
Mm-hmm. Oh yes.
always well studied people. Our observations of the universe and the planet
Exactly.
itself is responsible for everything that we have now.
Absolutely.
So get back to who you are, my people that love to study and research.
Oh yes. Oh yes. And we engender that African Renaissance that has been
Absolutely.
spoken about by Sheikh Anta Diop. He asked,
Oh,
when? When?
wait.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah. So we put in the speed, we put in the wheels on the African Renaissance, yeah, together
put
with
some
all
fire
of
under
us.
their butt.
But oh yes. All
Put
of
some
us
fire
in
under their
that
butt.
space called the Caribbean, all of us in the Americas, so
Hmm.
called, everywhere, right back to the mothership.
Oh,
We're doing
yes.
it day
Onward.
by day, bit by bit. Here on NTech
Absolutely.
Live, we're warming up. That's what this is about
Absolutely.
so
We
far.
just getting started. We just getting
Yeah.
started. We haven't even begin to scratch the surface, man.
Hey, warming up we are. And by the time we're done with this, we just painting the whole
Oh
planet
yeah.
colorful. And
Oh
not
yeah.
rainbow colorful in the
Not
rainbow
Rover. No,
sense
no, no,
they're
no, no, no,
talking
no, 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 no,
about.
no, no, no,
Not
no, no,
that
no,
kind
not
of
at all. Not that at all. Not that at all. Not that at all.
rainbow sense they're talking about,
We ain't
man.
doing. We ain't playing with that madness. Not at all. And I'll call it what it is. I'm not bashing people. You have, I'm not against people, but I will
No.
call it what it is. I speak. I'm a very straightforward person. Phil will tell you. I don't necessarily mix my words too much. I
Mm,
will not. I will not sit here and pretend that this LGBTQ alphabet thing that they have going on is anything that is in relation to us as a people. This is a European construct that, again, they're kings and queens and all of these people. That's what they used to do. That's what they come from. Sleeping with animals, sleeping with children, sleeping. It's their culture. It has nothing to do with us. So the mere fact that we have so many people within the community that try to justify and embrace
oh,
and make cases for what is essentially depraved behavior is kind of disappointing to me. And again, I'm not telling people how to live their lives. You're free to live your life how you choose to live your life. But in that same breath, the same way that you have free will to choose to live your life and to choose to express yourself in whatever way you choose to, I have the right to say it's not right. I have the right to challenge that perspective because it it goes against what we recognize to be natural law. And anything that is in violation of natural law cannot be. It cannot
totally.
stand.
Mm-hmm.
And it's that simple. We are
Mm-hmm.
supposed to, as a people, we are in direct or melanin. This six protons, six neutrons, six electrons that we're made of. This carbon-based space suit, essentially, that links us to the
Mm,
universe and links us to the cosmos and links us to
mm,
the higher
mm,
higher
mm,
levels of dimensional consciousness. That links us to nature in and of itself. So to
mm-hmm.
stand against that when you wear this, you are in violation of natural law. Whether you like it or not, whether you agree with me or not, you are standing against your divinity. You are standing outside
Absolutely.
of your divine
Straight
rights.
up. Straight up.
Simple.
In one word, it's anti-life.
Anti.
Yeah.
I don't need to say no more.
That's just what it is. And
That's
no
all
matter
it
how
is.
they try to colorful it up, paint
That's
it
all
up,
it is.
nice it
They
up,
are they
sweeten
are
it up,
against life.
low it up.
They're against life. And
Mm,
and the people that push it are against life. And we know that they're against life because they're destroying the life giver. They are destroying Mother Earth.
exactly. Hey.
How do you want to disrupt the being? Because she is alive. She is a being. She is sentient. How do you want to disrupt the being that is responsible for your sustenance? That provides you with every single thing that you need to survive? Oh, it's
Hmm.
madness. And we are failing in ourselves too because we were given a charge to protect her.
Absolutely. Yes. Straight
We
up.
were given a charge to protect and cultivate her. And we have failed in our responsibility. Through no fault of our own, fine, no problem. But when we accept that we are the original people and we accept that we have this divine right and all of this stuff, that comes with a responsibility. Not just to ourselves, not just to our people, but to the planet that sustains us and to the universe that that planet is a part of.
Through and through.
We have a responsibility on all levels. And until we are able to really acknowledge the responsibility that we have and operate within the vein that has been established for us as divine beings, we're always going to have problems. Always.
Mm. But we'll get our solutions. We must. We must.
They're
And
there.
the time is ripe, and
They're
and
there.
and the harvest is full, and the reapers are coming. We're doing
They're
it.
there. The solution has always been there.
It's always been there. And I
It's
think
always
we're
been
just
there.
continuing. We're continuing it. Yes,
The
because
solution has always been there.
yes, it's just about us taking up our part and running with our baton to pass it on to the
One,
next.
one second.
Yes, to pass it on. Welcome back, Lord Philip. Yes, I know you're multitasking as usual.
Um,
You're
Yes,
muted
I am.
if you're speaking to us.
Oh Lord, I'm enjoying your all conversation, and I am enjoying it immensely. But I got 1,000 people here messaging me all at the same time,
Yeah.
and it's wonderful. This is the type of conversation we have to have. There's a lot of people logged on to Facebook, whether you guys realize it or not. Even though it's not a scheduled discussion, you guys got people there turned on listening to this stuff. They don't have your numbers, but they got mine. They're blazing me up and down. But this is good. It is 1:36 p.m. We're gonna go till 2 if that's okay with you guys. I have to go into a meeting with one of my committees after
that's fine.
that. So I think you're doing a really good job. I'm gonna let you keep talking. I have to focus on this. I got a lot of messages here coming into me. I'm trying to respond to. I don't mind. This is what people want to hear. They really have been
Yeah.
looking for the show since we've been off the air for the last 2 weeks. Tremaine, you don't know this, but we were on another platform before, and we shifted from that platform to this one here, which is our own indigenous platform. And for 2 weeks, people
Wonderful.
couldn't find me. And guess what?
Wonderful.
They're looking. I logged on here, and all of a sudden they did just like that,
That's good.
And then they're blazing my phone. I want to know where the hell I've been for 2 weeks and stuff. So I'm trying to keep the faithful, you know, committed and happy. You guys
Not a
keep
problem.
talking though. You're doing a great job. Fantastic.
Not a
We'll go
Thank
till
problem. Not a
you.
2.
problem.
It is 1:37 now. We'll go till 2, and then I have to go off to another meeting. Thank
All
you.
right. No
Super.
problem. No
We do
problem. No
that.
problem.
Half an hour. Let's keep
Yeah.
rolling.
Yeah. No problem.
Thank you, Lord Philip. Again, I appreciate this so much because it's like I sang this song for some time. Listen, we must within our own community have the necessary knowledge, the necessary capacity, the necessary intelligence to develop and maintain, you know,
Hmm.
our platforms, right? Where
Absolutely.
we can use where we can, speak from,
Express ourselves, yeah, without
express
censorship,
ourselves from.
without
Exactly.
concern of uh adverse repercussions because we say something that somebody in somewhere don't like it, and
Exactly.
then
And use
and then
use
Phil got to
our
send me to
own.
go spank someone. Phil. Then he gotta send me out with a couple of the guys to go take care of some business.
Listen.
No, because we ain't tolerating that, Phil. We ain't dealing with none of that encroaching on civil rights
Yeah.
and natural rights stuff over here. Not once I playing
No,
with you.
shouldn't,
You know I
shouldn't.
don't play that.
Yeah, so it's like, and so many new words. Yesterday I was speaking with a sister, good friend of mine, and she was speaking about a situation that's happening in some parts of the continent where women, like you were saying a while ago, women are being, incarcerated or taken away, or more, African women, yes, or African women
Mm,
going back to Africa, or women of African descent going back to certain parts of Africa,
mm,
and they are being targeted, you know,
absolutely.
to even being killed. But when it's another
It's
group
so
of people
crazy now.
go,
They're sending messages directly on Facebook to me.
oh yeah,
From you guys talking, and they can't get. I'm not responding fast enough, so now they send them right on my screen.
okay. So, but when other groups go, those other groups are supported, right?
Absolutely.
To get into society, to get what they need to get and everything. And this
Right.
word unalive comes into. I was
Mm.
like, unalive. What's that?
They're
Unalive?
trying
Is
to
that
replace
really a
death.
word?
They're trying to replace using the word death within
Or kill?
societal construct or kill because
Execution?
they're trying to diminish the impact of the action by
Tell
we're
me.
gonna unalive, so now they're trying to diminish the value of life
Exactly.
because
That's it
that's essentially what
exactly.
it's coming down to.
Yes.
They're trying to diminish the value of our very essence, our very being, by you're just unalive, you're not
You're
dead,
unalived.
you're just
You're not
unalive.
killed. What
It's
is that? I'm
ridiculous.
like, what?
Madness.
And I'm only using this there in quotation marks. It's
Hmm.
not a word I'll adopt to start using.
It's not a word
And
that
there,
will ever become a part of my vocabulary.
and there are a few of them, that
Oh yeah,
that when you
absolutely.
say them, you think they mean one thing, but they mean
Mm,
so many other things. This English language we
absolutely,
speak. You know.
absolutely, absolutely. We um we were talking about this the other day. Connotative linguistics.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the changing of a word in definition, not necessarily spelling, to mean something else. And
Mm-hmm.
within the English language, this is probably one of the most prevalent problems that we have as a people,
Mm-hmm.
because we inadvertently cast spells on ourselves in our normal day-to-day interactions, and we don't even realize it because mentally, and we know that thought is vibration, and the first aspect of creation is thought. It is vibrance, right? When we study
Yes.
the seven hermetic principles, we understand vibrance to be one of the pivotal constructs. Everything comes from an initial vibration. A thought starts as a
Thought.
vibrance, right? So
Hmm. Oh,
we
wow.
we we look at connotative linguistics and the implementation of words. Every single word that we speak starts as a thought. Before we even vocalize that word, it's a thought. It is a
Mm-hmm.
vibration. And every
Mm-hmm.
time we put that vibrance out into the universe, whether we realize it or not, it does have an impact on our reality. We are programming our own existence by the words and our conceptions of our reality. So when we interact with each other and we call one another, and I don't know if I can swear on this platform, so I will use, when we say the word "be" to refer to our women, and we use the
Mm-hmm.
word "and" to refer to our men and our people as a whole, then you are
Mm-hmm.
superimposing those characteristics on our people.
Totally.
Since when has it been okay to call a woman a B? When I was a young man growing up and you called a female a B, you're gonna get your face bashed in. Now
Mm-hmm.
we call each other this in our normal day-to-day conversation, and if you tell especially some of the younger people that they're wrong for it, they look at you like you're crazy. But I remember as
Mm-hmm.
a young man growing up, calling someone a B or an N or this was one of the most derogatory things that you could do. You right up there with telling someone about their mother. But now we
Mm.
accept this as commonplace within our society, and
Mm-hmm.
then we understand why our women have so little respect for themselves. Why would they? Why would they? And how are
Because
we gonna rebuild? Go ahead.
it has become so accepted in our music, what they call the pop
Pop,
culture.
yeah,
Yes, in the music. Yes, in our
absolutely.
books, in the films. And again,
Mm.
sometimes it's put in there so subtly, and
Subtly,
our children, it imprints on their consciousness as
exactly,
children. So now when they become
exactly.
older,
Older,
the
it's
language
already
now,
there.
it's
It's
already
already
there.
there. It's
And
already embedded into the subconscious, and it
they
becomes,
just throw it out.
especially because it's like you said, it might not be in every song, but it's there and it's subtle. So as they get older, that mind, that very small influence builds and builds and builds over a couple of maybe a couple of decades. By the time they're in their 20s, if all they've heard from the time they were little kids is women are bees and they need to dress this way and act this way and do this, then of course, regardless of what
Mm,
you say, that's the influence that has been embedded into them. And when we have such a breakdown in the societal structure to where mommy and daddy are out working and granny out partying because grandparents just as young as a lot of the parents that we would have grown up with, who are raising the kids? And
TV,
I'm not trying to exactly,
TV,
exactly, and cell phone
mm,
and Instagram
mm,
and YouTube and
mm.
Twitter,
Twitter and
and
TikTok.
who
What
is
the heck?
regulating this content? Not the parents that
Mm,
are at work trying to scrape a living to provide for the kids, not the grandparents that are working as well. So the kids are
mm,
exposed to all of this content and all of this media and all of this information, and there is no reinforcement of positive values. There's no reinforcement of societal proper societal structure. There is no reinforcement of anything positive. The kids are
mm-mm.
forced to raise themselves off of what they see on social media and television, and they think that that's right. They think that that's what societally expected of them in most cases. So, of course, young men grow up thinking that the only way that they're going to make any money
Hmm.
is to be drug dealers and gangsters, and that they need to, or they're going to be lawyers and doctors when we don't have tradesmen anymore. So, what
Mm.
happened to the trades? Which was a which when we go back was a cornerstone of our culture, which was one of the reasons that they got rid of Tulsa, Oklahoma in the US, because they were tradesmen, which was one of the things that sparked the original rift after the Emancipation Proclamation in the US. One of the things that came
Hmm.
about, which caused so much, you know about the because people forget that reparations were technically paid, but they were reversed.
Mm.
The 40 acres on a
And
mule
a mule.
um, clause that was written that was reversed. When you, when you look at it, it's so interesting. When you look at it, you start to see that over the course of history, going back to the Civil War era, and even with the new Jim Crow, it's explained to a certain degree where there was an actual conflict between us and Europeans because you got to remember at the time most Europeans didn't have skills. They weren't
Mm-hmm.
tradesmen. They didn't have anything to offer the economy. We were just coming out of slavery according to the history books. So we were forced for years, a couple hundred in fact, to do all of the manual labor. So a lot of these white people that were coming in didn't have any skills to compete in a job market to be competitive towards us. This is a
Mm-hmm.
fact. We were the ones doing all of the planting, so we had all of the agricultural knowledge. We were the ones that were doing. When we look at people like Thomas Jefferson, we know that a lot of the stuff that these people did was stolen from us.
Still.
A lot of these inventors and stuff, when we go back and we look at the patents for a lot of their inventions, they were drafted and originally created by black people.
Why, yeah.
So I mean,
Africans.
by Africans. So we know that realistically speaking, a lot of the stuff that would have come about in the civil rights movement and a lot of the stuff that would have come about after the emancipation of the slaves was literally because we were the most skilled people on the planet. We might have not have been literate in the sense that we might have not have been able to go pick up a book and read and write and express ourselves, but the skill sets were there. We were the cobblers, we were the masons, we were the woodworkers, we were everything because it was expected of us. So when you just release a couple million well trained, well practiced people with skill sets that your population don't have, then of course, how are you going to combat that? You implement what became known as Jim Crow law to make it harder for these people to get work. And it forced them into sharecropping agreements and all of this other stuff that, new Jim Crow. Just go read
Yes. And sharecropping brings me to my esteemed teacher. And I call him my esteemed teacher because he came into a sharecropping family, John Henry Clark. Yes.
Okay, right. Okay.
Yes, 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 yes.
I love it. I like it. We're gonna have some nice conversations for sure.
We
That's nice. I
will.
like
We
that. I like
will.
that.
We definitely will because I mean, I've been engaging with persons who say what I think, and I say what they think, and it all speaks to the connection that has
Absolutely.
always been there,
Always been there. Always been
always
there.
been there, but it's been hushed, it's been dormant.
I'll
Yes,
give you I'll give you another tidbit for you and your listeners, our listeners, I guess, at this point, to,
super.
to go do some research into, right? So I would have touched earlier on Ferdinand and Isabella and their conquest of the Alhambra in Granada, Spain, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many people know that the Moroccan Empire were the first ones to actually recognize the US as a country? And that after Ferdinand and Isabella, after
Yeah.
Boabdil, who was the ruler of the Moorish Empire at the time, would have relinquished control of the Alhambra to Ferdinand and Isabella of Castile and Aragon, right?
Mm-hmm.
To come in and take control, they would have actually gone into an agreement called the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, which is the
Mm-hmm.
longest standing unbroken treaty in world history. And that Treaty of Peace and Friendship was actually a document that was drafted to, one, bring an end to the hundreds of years of wars between the Christians and the Muslims, but it was also done to establish trade and to give America an opportunity to trade with the rest of the world. It is a trade agreement. So
Mm-hmm.
within the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, it actually secures the rights of black people. And I use that word in air quotes. And as we talk more, you'll understand why I don't usually use it to refer to our people.
Likewise,
But
likewise.
but 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 the Treaty of Peace and Friendship actually would have outlined the treatment for the people. It ensures self-governance. It ensures a whole bunch of stuff. I ain't gonna spoon feed you. I want some of you to go do a little bit of research and
Mm-hmm.
find out a
Mm-hmm.
little bit more about it. But I suggest
Mm.
that document should be at the top of your reading list, because when you read that document, it again starts to put, like I said, the structure has always been there. The political system for us to do certain things has always been there. We have always had it. It has just been ignored and kept from us. And
Mm-hmm.
there have been a lot of organizations that have been formed to teach us this, all of us came from Africa. None of us were here. We were all slaves running around in huts and doing all of this madness stuff that they got going on within the history books. But
Well,
take the opportunity to go read that document next time we come back. We'll have a little bit more. But I think that that will be a really good one for people to check out as well. So you've got the Treaty
definitely.
of Peace and Friendship for sure. You've got the New Jim Crow, and I gave you one more earlier that I can't remember. I
The
disappeared from it. I
doctrine
think
of
that's
discovery.
Doctrine of Discovery. There you go.
Mm.
So three
And we
pieces of homework for you.
listen to that. I love it, Tremaine. I love it. Gratitude, huge gratitude. And I mean, there are so many of our scholars who speak of us being here, and everywhere before the time or
Long
before
before.
the people they said.
Long before.
We know that, and not enough of us know that, or not enough of us pay enough
Uh,
close
attention.
attention to that. Yes,
They don't.
and we need to do that again, because when we hear it now from our sharers of the planet
Mm,
who look lighter than us, we
mm.
seem to listen, we seem to perk up more. But when we hear it from our own folks who look like us, for some reason, we tend to say, don't
It is
listen
a
for whatever.
it is a byproduct of colonialism, man.
There you go. Yes,
And
it
that's
is.
that directly relates to having an image of a white Jesus plastered on our walls for 400
Oh,
years.
tell me about it.
I know I'm gonna piss off a couple
Tell
of
me
people for
about
saying
it.
this, but
No,
that
you're
is a
right.
direct result of having our Lord and Savior
Tell
plastered
me
in a European
about
context
it.
for about 400 years. We have
Tell me.
a natural subservience. I work in the hotel industry. I manage in the hotel industry, yeah, and
Mm.
I see all too often where, and I won't even go into the hotel industry. I'll use a simple, very, very simple example. Before I worked here, I worked in the cruise ship industry for a couple of years. And I came back to Barbados once on the ship. The ship came here. I came back to Barbados. Stepped off of the ship, t-shirts, shorts, normal stuff, slippers, flip-flop stuff. And I decided to take a stroll down into Bridgetown, and I went into Cape Shepherd, right? And
If Shepherd.
I was and I was looking for I think I was looking for cologne or something along those lines. I can't remember why, but I meant to get something there. And I remember I walked around in there for like 15 to 20 minutes and absolutely no one paid any attention to me. Whilst I was there, I observed about 10 white people. And again, we're going to understand why I don't use white and black in the way that most people, but at another time. But white people come in,
I'm with you.
swimsuits covered in sand, dirty. And as soon as they walk through the door, you got three, four people running up to them. Oh, how can I help you? Can I get you anything? I'm like,
Ooh, ooh, look at
come
that.
now, come now,
Look
really?
at that.
And it is. We like to ignore these things, but it is a prevalent behavior among our people. As soon as a white person walks into the room, we turn teary-eyed and mushy, and oh, we all willing to, even our vocabulary towards them changes in a lot of instances. And I see it all of a sudden when we talking to one another, it's bro and we cool, even if they're guests. When we interact with one another, it is far more informal. As soon as a white person walk into the room, it's sir and ma'am and yes please and no please, and we start sidestepping and tap dancing to that song, and it's instant for a lot of people because they don't realize. For the average person, it
Mm.
becomes so instantaneous. And even a couple of years ago, whilst I was on the cruise ship, I found, as I was developing, I found myself doing it. Like this,
Oh,
this,
dude.
like I'm not against self-criticism. I
Well,
criticize
that's
myself. I'm my biggest
super.
critic.
Yeah,
So
excellent. Oh,
I found
I'm glad you're
myself doing
doing
it,
this.
and I was like, yo,
Look
like
at that.
if anyone deserves this level of respect, it should be my own.
Thank you. Thank you.
If
And
anyone deserves to be a sir or a ma'am or receive that, it should be my own. You
yes,
know.
yes.
So we see the byproducts of colonialism expressed within our culture on a day-to-day basis. We see the behaviors and we see the I don't even want to say remnants of it because it's so prevalent within our
It is
culture.
prevalent. It is.
But
It is.
because most people have not been given a lens to look at it or been shown the influences, most people don't really see it. They just see it as normal
Mhm.
behavior. And it's only when it is brought up to us that we actually take a step back and go, oh shoot,
Hang on.
he
Mm-hmm.
made
Mm-hmm.
a good point. He, you
Yes.
know,
Yes. And identify squarely with what you say, Tremaine, because I've experienced it myself personally, and I notice
personally.
we only have a few minutes left, and Lord Phillips come
Yeah,
back.
we've only got a
I
few
too,
minutes.
yes, I too was in hospitality, right? And I
Exactly.
saw it in myself how it was easier for me to break a smile to the guests than
Exactly.
it was to my own people.
On people.
Yes. And that's it.
Exactly.
We perform. We have
We
our
perform.
bands, we have our entertainment, everything set up and get up for the visitor,
Hmm.
for the
Hmm.
foreigner in the tourist
Exactly.
product. Yes. And
Exactly.
I'm not knocking tourism, but when you showcase yourself for the foreigner, and then when it comes to your own people, you screw up your face. Hard,
Exactly. Exactly.
hard. What's that about?
Exactly.
And I noticed it
Exactly.
in me, and I
Of
thought,
course.
wow, look at that. What am I
Look at
becoming?
that.
For
Exact.
real.
What kind
Yes,
of example am I setting when I cannot even give my people the level of respect that I give to the people that colonized
exactly.
us? It's
But there you
ridiculous.
go. There you go. And
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 if
I
anyone
started,
deserves that, it should be them.
well, and I started to see tourism, and again, I realize it's an income generating industry. I get that. But the flip side, yes, the flip side, we really have
because
to.
because we can make the argument that we don't even handle money, but that's a conversation for another time. We
That's
ain't gonna get
another
into
time.
that
Yes, that's definitely another time. That's definitely on the flip side, what it's doing to us. It's always okay, how much it's giving, how much it's taking away,
one.
you know,
Exactly. Yeah.
and what we sacrifice, yes, for the
It's our
little we get.
souls. Yeah, it's sad,
We have to
and we
rethink.
don't realize it, man. It's
It's
again
we
they've
don't
they've
realize it
done their job so completely
so
at
thoroughly.
this point that we put this behavior onto our children without even realizing it.
Oh,
Just by the way we choose to interact. Because I always tell
exactly.
people,
And that's
kids
where it
learn more
hurts.
from what they and it's a self-perpetuating behavior because while we
That's
may not be outright teaching the children, oh, when master
oh,
walk into the room you need to, our reaction to white people and their observation of our reaction to these people determines how they will in turn interact with them.
absolutely.
Our
Definitely.
interaction with each other will determine how they will interact not just with themselves but with us, with their community, and by extension with their own children.
Exactly.
So we
And that
really need to start teaching our people differently.
differently. Starting with ourselves, teaching it,
Starting
noticing
with
it in
ourselves,
ourselves. Just
within
like
ourselves.
I love so much that you said you saw it in you. I was like, yes, there you
Absolutely.
go. Super.
Absolutely.
So it's
Absolutely.
like,
Absolutely.
oh yes,
Absolutely.
oh yes, oh yes. Tremaine, we're going to have a grand old time here on
We'll have some
Untext.
fun. We'll definitely have some good
I
we'll have
We'll
sent
some
have
you
good
a
Fanai's
grand
conversations.
old time.
number. I sent you Tremaine Fanai's number last in the wee hours of this morning because I didn't get around to doing
Yes,
it.
give thanks, give
Second
thanks,
one.
give thanks. That's not a problem. Thank you.
That is there. You guys have done a great job. I really appreciate the chemistry that you display here in your discourse. I stayed out of it, and for good reason. I think you guys handle this well. I think you can carry a show on your own very comfortably. And for me, I got to talk to you about a couple of things
No problem.
off the air. That
No
is
problem.
in your good. It's good. It's good for both of us. But I'll speak to you off the air. Off the air.
No problem. No problem.
All
No
right.
problem.
Thank you, darling. You're the best. That's my sister. I love her dearly. My dear sweetness. I love you.
Queen Empress, it has
Remember
been a
one thing,
genuine friends, a
and don't
genuine
let
pleasure.
nobody tell you differently. I love you.
I love you too, big brother. Always.
Received. I love
Peace and love.
you.
All
Peace
right.
and
I'll
love.
see you
Tremaine,
guys later.
Queen
Okay.
gratitude.
Empress, it has been a genuine pleasure. I look forward to interacting with you more and continuing our conversations.
Likewise,
Peace and
my
love.
king. soon.
Thank you so much. Peace and love. Have a
Ciao.
wonderful day, guys.
I'm gonna call you Tremaine shortly. Shortly.
All right, no problem. No problem.
Okay, good. Thanks. Okay. Yeah. Okay, folks. That was a first run here, unabated by myself. We did have some technical challenge. Obviously, here, there is always an attempt to silence the great ones, and I'm no different. I do not boast myself to be a great one, but what I do is I acknowledge that what is going on. It is not easy to walk in my shoes, but I walk it anyway. I am thankful to Most High God for continuing blessings and mercies upon me, upon my family, and upon my friends and relatives, the citizens of this kingdom of God. And while we are different, we are the same. I want to say peace and love, thanks and blessings. Shabbat Shalom. And I say Shabbat. Some people say, well, yes, it is Shabbat. Shabbat Shalom. Uh, we are in the season of Passover. And it is in this season that we're in Shabbat and we're coming into a very special one in the next week or so. That will be very uniquely special and different, powerful. And for those of you who are practicing Hebrews like myself, or even Tremaine or others who come on this show, Roy, Rabbi, there are lots of us. But the point is that this is a special time. It is not surprising that Vladimir Putin has taken this time to announce his Black Jesus epiphany. We have known for all these centuries that what they were trying to teach us was skullduggery and BS. But everything takes its time, everything is a journey, and everything is a process. Today, I want to say beyond a shadow of a doubt that Most High God is in control of this universe, whether we like it or not. And man, you can do what you want for a minute, even for an hour or a season. But all things are in the hands of Most High God, and she's a beautiful one, beautiful Black woman who is the mother of all mankind and all humanities, no matter what, no matter how you look upon it. So while our dear brother discovered his Black Jesus, I want you to focus that even the Black Jesus had a Black mother, God. Yes, she did. Yes, he did. And she is a beautiful one. Wake up, my sleeping giants. Wake up. Wake up and take your place in the kingdom of Most High God. She's waiting for you. He's waiting for you. They are waiting for you. The office of God is waiting for you to take your place. Now, after all that seriousness, let me get a little bit light as I usually can and say to you, blessings to you until tomorrow when we resume our conversations for the next few days into um, next week when we should be going full tilt. I want to thank you all for your many blessings in my life and for being there for me and for carrying me. Shabbat Shalom.